temporada. O servidor
What's going on, everybody? How are you doing today? I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go to see some amazing PUBG Mobile action. I'm your co-host, Todd Jukes, here with none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Mustache Dave, getting ready for day number 4 here of Season 2.
What's going on? Yeah, we are getting ready to go. I just tried to join the room. Seems I missed the bus by about 30 seconds. So feels bad, but you know what? The game is locked and loaded. The players, they made it. They're on the plane.
Good. Ready to go ahead and see that action coming up really quickly. And after game number 1, we're going to have none other than our amazing analyst Degon here as well to be able to give us a little play-by-play after the matches. So I'm looking forward to seeing that as well. But really quickly, let's go ahead and give you a quick reminder of how the PMPL Americas Scrims works. And we're going to start off with the point system. And as you can see here, first place, 20 points. Second, 14. Third, 10. 1 kill equals 1 point. Format's been, so far for the past, I believe, 14 days we've been doing these scrims. Insane. Yeah, so I love this format. It's been working out really well.
Yeah, it's been working out pretty well, especially when it comes to season number 2. We've only had one first place winner here so far in season number 2, surprisingly enough. So I don't know, will today be the same thing? Well, you know what? We're going to have 5 games to find that one out, Hot Juice.
Well, the funny thing is that you're saying surprisingly enough, but in reality, it's not so surprising the way they've been playing. Tempo Storm have been crushing it so far here. The 3-time back-to-back win, getting the turkey here in the PMPL Americas Scrims, making it look like it's easy money. Love to see it from a good old solid NA squad. And just a quick reminder of what that money that they are winning is. First place, $700. Second place, $200. Third place, $100.
So far, Tempo Storm this week alone, $2,100. They were able to acquire that with their first place finishes. And, last night, we'll get into groups in just a moment, but last night, Ace 1 and Mezexis ESports, both finally getting some money. I mean, for Ace 1, they've always been so close to getting that money at the end of the night. I believe season 1, they were able to acquire third place last night, second place. So they got some, but I believe it was the first time ever in the scrims that Mezexis ESports were able to qualify for that $100. So you'd love to see a mix up with some new teams acquiring some of this daily prize pool.
Hey, I mean, if you think about it, okay, $2,100 in what? 10, 12 hours of work? That's a pretty good hourly rate right there Tempo Storm is getting so far. So love to see it. And let's give a quick reminder of all the teams that are going to be playing here in the PMPL Americas Scrims. They are divided into different groups. And we're going to start off with Group A. And that is going to have none other than Simplicity, Pittsburgh Knights, Loops Esports, and Team Solid. And moving over to Group B.
Group B. We're going to have Tribe Gaming, Mezexis ESports, Enxame Gaming with that new logo, and then Omen Elite.
Looking good with that new logo. A B ready to sting as well. So looking forward to see how they're going to do here today in day number 4. Going on over to Group C, we're going to have good old-fashioned Wildcard Gaming, Trem, Carreta, Furacao, CultuBGBG, and GRUNTo Esports. Moving over to Group D.
Looking at Group D, and just a reminder, Group D will be the team sitting out in game number 1. It's going to be XQ Gaming, Alpha 7 GG, Tempo Storm, and Team Queso.
Gotta give Tempo Storm, I think, a little bit of a cool down before they get started here today. So that's going to be good for the rest of the squads for sure. Moving over to Group E, we're going to have B4 Esports, Cream Real Betis, Ace 1, and Cloud 9. Man, stack lobby as always. All these squads have just been performing so well for the most part, and some having some trouble, but I think overall the past few days we've definitely seen some development. And this is what the rest of the schedule is going to look like here for season 2 of these PMPL Americas Scrims.
Yep, a daily prize pool of $1,000. So that means every single day these teams come into the lobbies to compete. They will have the opportunity to play at least 4 games per night. And the first games that they play, the leaderboard's 0. Everybody's starting off on a level playing field with no points, trying to, come in there, perform their best, get the best possible practice in, and hopefully some money at the end of the night.
Oh yeah, I love it. $1,000 every single day going out here. You can't beat it. Can't beat it right there. And that's just to warm up for the big times. I love PUBG Mobile for putting stuff like this on. It's just absolutely incredible. And just a quick reminder, these are the matches that we're going to have a day. Every single day we have 5 matches going on. It starts off with Erangel, then Miramar, then Sanhok, Vikendi, and finishing off with another Erangel match. 5 matches in total, but remember everyone, all these teams are going to be playing 4 out of the 5 matches, and just like Dave mentioned earlier, Group D is going to be sitting out of the first match.
Yeah, and then I'm looking real quick. Group C is sitting out of the second one. So yeah, we're gonna have Cloud9 hopefully be able to redeem themselves on this Miramar map. I mean, yesterday it was exciting. We saw Beowulf all the way up there on top of the mountain, slipping to their death. Unfortunate, but regardless, Cloud9 doing a great job in game number 2 yesterday. They were just holding down Miramar, and wow, I mean Miramar was exciting yesterday. The last Erangel was exciting, and I'm trying to think, was Endgame Vikendi? That was also kind of a nail biter as well yesterday.
Oh man, a great match overall. It's funny, I see someone in the chat said, so good it sounds pre-recorded. We're killing it, Dave. We're killing it here today. We're getting warmed up just like the rest of these teams are warming up here. So excited to be able to cast these amazing games, and I'm so excited to see what our team of the day is. And none other, we're going to have B4 Esports, but it looks like right here, it was yesterday was Alpha 7 GG, and that was one before that. But you know,
pre-recorded.
Very pre-recorded. Please,
looking good.
Please excuse us really quickly.
So yeah,
we'll have this
B4.
right up.
Yeah, B4. While we get that pulled up, looking at their overall results here, their best placements on the overall leaderboard so far was a 7th place with 22 kills. That was the last day of season number 2. Looking at their other results, they have a lot of 9th places, a lot of 8th places. They average around at least 10 kills though per night. So they do pretty good when it comes to the kill department compared to the teams that place underneath them. Their worst night so far, they got a 19th place season 1, week 2, 19th place with only 1 kill. So out of 4 games, they're only able to take out 1 enemy. Unfortunate for them. So looking at season number 2 here, and that's this week, they got an 8th place with 14 kills, a 10th place with 12 kills, and then a 16th place with 10 kills. So usually, you know, when we start to highlight the teams, when we start to have them as our main focus, the team of the day, they do a little better. I mean, if that's what we're gonna base our facts on moving forward. And here's the squad. Hot Jukes.
You can see them. You got, you know, I believe Levi right there, Mixera, Maxin, Pedro Dog. He's been killing it so far for the squad, making it happen for B4 Esports. And yeah, I think that this is a team that they just gotta be able to work a little bit tighter in certain situations. The biggest issue, I think, right now, when it comes to this high-level competitive play, it's all about just communication. You know, being able to properly execute the plan. And I think that if this squad is able to kind of get that communication down packed, I think that they can really have some good performances coming up. And I'm looking forward to see their improvements. As you know, we've had most of the days go by so far, but there's a few days left and anything can happen. We saw Mezexis, you know, they were down and out for the most part. They were able to kind of put some good placements on the board here in the past couple days. So, heck, it's anyone's game here. It's anyone's game. All it takes is a good few circles, good teamwork, and putting them shots downrange.
And that's that. You know, that is that. And I still think, I know we haven't played any games yet, and I'm not trying to be extremely biased here, but with the performance that Tempo has had over the last 3 days, and you know, one of the storylines that we always like to kind of mention here, the teams that play the last 4 games, I feel like are kind of set up in a better position because they don't have to worry about sitting out that last game and not being able to have that goal, like how many points they need in order to get the first place. They know exactly what they have to do. So Tempo, they're going to be playing the last 4 games. So they're sitting out the first game. In my opinion, that already puts them at an advantage for tonight, combined with their playing that they've been doing here for the past 3 days. So I'm not trying to call it. You know, we didn't even start yet. You never know. But I'm just saying, like, what is stopping Tempo right now? What is stopping them?
So it's going to have to take a team that is on their A game right now, because they have just been absolutely crushing it. I mean, like you said, we can try to come off as unbiased as possible, but the numbers do not lie. And this is a squad that has just been performing consistently, executing a lot of fights practically to perfection here in the past 3 days. As a matter of fact, I talked to HH24 a little bit earlier today, and he says that he's hungry. He says we want that number 4. He's already practically counting the money for it. So I really hope that they do well today. And like you mentioned earlier, I think you pointed it out great. They're sitting out this first match. So for you guys after, like, oh, Tempo scored nothing, what do you mean? That's because they didn't play. But at the end of the day, that is going to put them, I think, in the best position, like you said, to make sure they know exactly how many points it's going to take to get that chicken dinner again. And heck, they pretty much already got the formula down as is. So looking forward to see how it works out today.
Yeah, HH already putting a down payment on a computer, some new thumb mittens, new charger for the phone, everything. Already ready to spend that check over here after tonight. So players currently loading on up, like I mentioned. We got about 2 more to go here, and then we should be set to go for the evening, at least when it comes to game number 1. I'm trying to rethink back to yesterday. Besides Mezexis, besides Ace 1 popping off, there's that one fight. It was on Miramar as well. Omen, they're in the compounds. Exam, playing it so methodical at the end. They were waiting for that fight to kind of, sizzle out, to kind of finish, kind of, assuming the Omen will be going for that heal, obviously, after such a big fight. They didn't allow Omen to heal up. They pushed right away, no hesitation. That is the Exam Gaming that I am worried about when it comes to all these other teams, because that Exam Gaming, they're on point. They are on point, and if they can do that tonight, I see them finishing top 3.
Yeah, I mean that's such a huge part of this game, at least in my opinion. In my experience playing, PUBG Mobile, third partying at the perfect time, it's such a difficult thing to do. And in that situation, Exam did it perfectly. They saw that fight. They were kind of waiting for that fight to come, and as soon as Omen Elite got in there with them Carreta, they just came in and cleaned up the mess. And to be able to get 2 squads worth of loot in a map like Miramar, it's just huge. It's just huge. You can do so many different options with that kind of heals that are laying around. You may even see a heal strat come into play. You leave all those options open when you execute like that. So yeah, Exam, great play right there, and almost taking one out of like the Omen Elite playbook right there, because I think out of pretty much all the squads that I've seen so far, Omen Elite's been pretty on point as far as timing when it comes to doing third parties. I know the past couple days they've been having a little bit of issues, executing certain things properly, but I think that's one thing they're really good at, and to see Exam execute it perfectly, it's great to see.
Yeah, and when it comes to some other teams that we're going to be watching here today, obviously we're watching all the teams, but just teams in general that I'm going to have my eye on. Omen Elite season number 2, they've definitely been implementing more of the car drive-by strategy, I want to say. I mean, almost every game within circles 1 and 2, you see the squad all packed in one vehicle, driving around, taking shots at everybody, trying to pop those tires, and it's been working. Every single time we spectate them, they're getting like 1 or 2 kills using that strategy, that aggressive rotations, and that's something that I've been enjoying watching as a viewer. So hopefully they keep that up.
That's what I love here about these scrims, is that you see the best of the best that North America and South America have to offer. And for these NA teams to perform so well, both in Season 1 and now in Season 2 on the South American servers, it gives me a lot of high hopes for these squads going into the big boy tournament that's coming up, that's just around the corner. But I know that you guys can hear these footsteps already. That's right. We are officially loaded in the lobby. I am ready for game number 1, ready to see how these squads are able to make it happen. Let's just hop right into the game, Dave. Let's go.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's get it. You know what? One thing I got to say right off the bat, as far as like crazy plays I saw yesterday, HH24 on that buggy, that was disgusting. When he went and he was on Erangel, the last map, when we went to Miramar, military base, and he was driving on the buggy, saw another car driving up the hill, switched to the back seat, and with a iron sight scar, was able to pop him out the car. That was like so disgusting. I saw him post his perspective on Twitter, and I was just like, ooh, clean.
Were the team comms in the perspective as well, is my question.
No team comms, but as we can see here, we got a good old-fashioned character. You know, lacking.
The scar.
Hey,
you brought it up.
He's
Just
got the
in case
scar.
you didn't know what the scar was. Here's a nice detailed view of it.
Look at that. Oh, yeah.
Spin around.
Hit that. Rotate.
Okay. So this is kind of like a play-by-play of HH's play, except for they're on the back of a buggy, right? Yes. They're on the back of the buggy. Okay,
we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties here getting this game 1 started. But yeah, you know, the scar, the scar.
It's a good weapon.
Yeah, maybe that's the HH24 skin that's gonna come out really soon. For all we know, not too sure here. But oh man, yeah, looking forward here to today's game. Sorry about that once again. Not sure exactly what's going on, but you know, they'll have it down. They'll be backing up shortly.
So are we gonna stay here? We got a little time to talk because I got some stuff to talk about.
Let's talk.
Now, I'm allowed to talk about it, all right? And you and I, we gotta link up at this. But I was playing beta earlier today. I don't know if you've already seen some screenshots circulating around, but it's called Secret Map, and it's a secret, but it's on beta. And let me tell you, I am excited. I hope when they release this map, when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile, I hope we use it right away. Similar to what we did with Miramar 2.0. Remember Miramar 2.0? It came out 3 hours later. We're scrimming on it. We were ready to go. The players, they were in it. You know, they were using the Winchester, or at least looking at it. They were definitely using the new compounds and all that good stuff. But I can only imagine the excitement and the hype for these new players to play on a new map within the competitive pool of things. I mean, that is going to be insane.
Oh, I can't wait to see like any, you know, and it's kind of funny because PUBG Mobile the other day, they sent me just this random DM with like kind of like some hints, you know, and I just saw that and I was kind of like, hey, what's going on right here? And when I hear new map in PUBG Mobile, I know I definitely get excited for sure. So that's something I'm really looking forward to.
I mean, it's like a mix. It's a mix of Vikendi. It's a mix of Erangel. It's a mix of Sanhok. It's a mix of Miramar. Like it's if every single map, you know, they met up and of course, you know, practice social distancing, but they all gave each other some high fives, and then next thing you know, bam, there you go. You got a new map. You got a new map. So it obviously it's gonna change. Probably it's in beta. That's why it's there, and that's why they have the beta players to test it out to see what they like about it. But there's a new vehicle. There's like
the spoilers truck here, dude. I'm getting all excited.
Hey, we're allowed to talk about it. We're allowed to talk about it.
You're right. You know, you're right. No, like I get so pumped to be able to hear like things like that coming out, and that's what I really love about this game for mobile in general. You know, because I've tried other mobile games, and when it comes to PUBG Mobile, they are just so good at being able to adapt from the PC version of the game and add new things as well that no other platform has. You know, yeah. I've talked to Choco Taco a couple times, really good friend of mine, and you know, even I've seen him talk on streams where he's just kind of like, yo, why don't we got this? You know, like, yo, like, what the heck's going on here? This is so cool, you know? So, like, that's what I really love about, you know, the PUBG Mobile, the community, everything about it. You know, it's just incredible. It's incredible. And this game, I mean, look at this. Just for scrims, just to warm up for a big tournament right here. Throwing down $1,000 a day to put some money in the pocket of these players. Can't beat it.
Big brain plays coming out from PUBG Mobile. That's all I'm going to say right there. The hype. I mean, I didn't get the postcard. I'm not special like you. Actually, I sent them a DM like, yo, where's my postcard? They're like, nah, not today. Not today, Mr. Stash Man. But hey, I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I'm getting my hands on it. I'm trying to get in there first and just experience the joy. It's like Christmas when you're a kid. If you celebrate Christmas, you know, you open up that present right smack in the morning. It feels so good. It feels so good. So, Dukes, we're getting back into the game, man. I know our little podcast was great, but it looks like the game's getting back up and ready here.
We're good to go. We got it. We got people in the map right here. We're getting in the plane all over again, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, not too sure exactly what happened right there, but, you know, they got it back up and running and working, so I'm pumped. It just adds to the anticipation.
Life happens, you know? Life happens. I've seen a couple people with that tattoo. Life happens. Who knows what made them get that tattoo, but it is true. life does happen.
It's-
Whatever that may
hey,
mean, it's not.
Talk about big facts right there. No lies detected, that's for sure. But
Yeah.
the great thing about games like this, you can just hit the reset button. Start it all over again. No problem. No harm, no foul. And yeah, you can see these squads. I know that they're ready for today's games for sure.
Life happens. The tattoo.
The tattoo.
And players getting on in the game. We see the lobby. Everybody's getting pumped up, throwing some it's apples, right? Yeah, throwing apples at each other, having a good time, punching each other in the face. I wonder if the people who win the crew challenge, if they get a lot of followers off of that statue within the lobby. I know if you're like first place on the overall leaderboard, you get a bunch of followers, but you get followers if you're got a statue in the game. You would hope so. You would hope so.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you one thing. If they do, I bet you they really regret putting special characters in their name right there, because that's the worst when somebody gives you their in-game name and they got all a bunch of special characters all over the place. But speaking of, special, nothing special about this playing path. It's pretty tried and true right here, going from Naya down to military. So, your wild cards most likely going to go to Severny. It looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Omen Elite most likely to hit up Milta and military base. It's on the playing path, Dave. Are we going to, I'm not trying to, jinx it or call it out here early, but another military zone? That would be insane.
This circle or the plane path definitely looks like that could be a possibility. We've seen flight plans like this before, and we 100% get military circle. Will that be the case here? If it is, that would mean 4 out of the last 5 Erangel matches were military-based endings, which is interesting to think about.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's absolutely insane. Like just to think about it from the outside in, you see, I can't remember the last time I've seen that many military zones, at least in competitive. So, heck, they're definitely, if it does happen, these squads better be prepared for any upcoming military zones. All right,
there we go.
There we go.
Not too bad. Not too bad. So if you're the Knights up there, Stauber, Kameshki, of course, Wildcard always going to Severny. They got that one on lockdown. Tribe will be in game number 1. They got Rozhawk. And, of course, C9, Pachinki, all theirs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is Ace is on them, too, though. Didn't mean to cut you off there, but Ace is on Cloud9 and Pachinki.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I guess if you see Tempo Storm out of the first match, you got to know that Pachinki has a possibility of being open. It looks like Ace and C9 had the same idea here.
Yeah, that's my concern. Like you said, Tempo, they're not in it. Pachinki's going to be free and clear. The thing is, 2 teams thinking the same way. This could spell disaster from one of them. And Ace getting some cash money there last night. They should be feeling fairly decent about themselves coming on into today. Having the confidence, hopefully it could, come on over to today's matches. But if they get a squad wipe on C9 this early, just imagine the confidence that they will have throughout the rest of the night. Because that's a huge team to possibly take out here.
I agree 100%. If they're able to get the kill on the Cloud9, that would be a massive confidence booster for this team. And it's funny because you mentioned that, it's most likely that Pachinki is going to be clear with Tempo not being here, but it definitely isn't clear anymore. As you can see, Bayo just getting some spots, getting that intel for his squad. With that spot right there, it's going to be a good sign for C9 because they definitely know that Ace is here, and they're going to be able to prepare themselves properly for this fight.
My fear, though, we saw Bayo up there on the roof. Like you said, a lot of information to be had. Okay, level 1 helmet. Okay, for a second there, I thought they didn't have a helmet. So they do have the helmet, so if they do get, knocked or whatever, the helmet will be able to deflect them. So, look at the mini-map. What do you see here? You got the hours, you got the experience. What team is really in the better position when it comes to fighting in Pachinki?
Oh, Cloud9. Yeah, Cloud9, I think, is set up much better for this fight. I think that Ace, they have the right idea from what it looks like so far. And in my opinion, for the most part, you do not want to get into an early engagement. It's just not worth it. There's just too much RNG involved. You don't want to be dealing with being underlooted at all. So I think if you're Ace, there's no problem in landing in a big facility, in a big area that is split with another squad. But if you're able to just take some of their loot and leave, I think that's the best situation. It looks like that's exactly what Ace is thinking.
Yeah, right before we kind of panned away, we already saw one of the members from Ace possibly looking for a vehicle, pop in the car, pick up the boys, and just, move somewhere else because Pachinki is going to kind of be in like the southern half of circle number 1. And looking at B4, this is our team. This is our highlighted team of the evening. They're all the way in Nova. They have been dropping Nova almost every single time here when we get onto Erangel. They are going to have to move on into the zone. Hopefully they don't get bridge camp pretty much because, like I mentioned, they always drop Nova, so it could be very predictable that they will obviously move across that Asian bridge. And if you are a team that likes to drop there near Milta, near prison, you could gatekeep easily right there.
You totally can. The only problem I think with that is this zone. And when you have a zone like this, you do really want to waste so much time, staying back for a bridge camp that might or might not come. That's the tricky part because you're totally right. If they do a bridge camp there, they're most likely going to be able to take out either the full squad or a couple of members. At the same time, though, it's so centralized north. I'm thinking that Omen Elite, they're just most likely going to head for a better position more than anything.
Yeah, that is true.
But
I mean, why risk it?
But
you never know, though.
At the same point, though, you're right. If V4 just keeps constantly landing there and it comes down to it where a team wants to particularly take them out early, they're going to know exactly where to do that.
Yeah, we already see Omen. They're actually going to be pushing out. So they're actually going to be, like you like to put it all the time, zone over everything. And it seems like that's what they will be doing, taking a hot tip from Hot Jukes over here, all in their own individual vehicles. That's what you like to see. And they're going to be moving on up. They look to have a free and clear position. Now, the Knights, they drop Stalber. They drop Kameshki. They're 100% aware that Wildcard like to come to Severny. So right here, we see J7 doing a little scouting. This, to me, is telling me that the Knights are looking for an early fight onto Wildcard because they know who's going to be here.
Oh, yeah. They definitely do. And that's like the perfect part, like the perfect spot to do it in Severny. That little dip right there. It's really, really good cover. And he does spot him. 6x DP, but it looks to kind of opt to not give away his position just yet.
Yeah, Slicky was the last remaining member right there to actually move on out of Severny. With that information, J7 will be relaying that back to the team. And looks like they might opt to just camp the outskirts of it. I mean, this is in circle number 1, so they don't really need to do too much here. And maybe they're even looking for some additional loot. Maybe Wildcard. Yep, maybe they left something behind, some scraps. Or they're going to be going for a rotate, maybe firing range. I mean, there's a lot of options here within the north of circle number 1.
Yeah. At first I thought that you're going to do exactly that. Just try to hunt down, see, make sure Wildcard is looting things properly. But even then, I'm sure that they got Severny loot down. And yeah, I think PK is just opting to head over there to the side and see if they can catch some spare loot.
That's one thing I always hate when I'm playing with people and I go loot in a building and then they go in the same building like, who looted this building? Who looted this? There's a 4 times. I'm like, bro, I didn't want the 4 times. All right, relax. All right, I looted it. Yeah, and what? But yeah, it looks like they're not gonna be looting that. C9 out here doing a little scouting of their own. They got some information. I believe King A might have been spotted out there in the distance, but C9 opting to go take some hard cover for the time being.
Yeah, kind of with these kind of zones right here, especially central, I think this is a zone that all these squads just know so well. This is the map that's been around the longest. This is the most competitive one, in my opinion, because all these players should know all the ins and outs of like every dip, every building, best positions possible. And, when you have a zone this large that's constantly here, I think at the start of the games, you're just going to see exactly what we're seeing now. Just everybody just try to find positions, get some loot, and then worry about the later zones.
Yeah, we're seeing some new skins coming out as well. I was actually thinking about getting that one right there that we saw. The gold on gold. Looking around, though, next circle about to pop here very shortly. Looks like a majority of the teams opting to go right smack in the middle. B4, we see them able to rotate on in for free. Next circle does pop B4. They could opt to play the edge. They can go loot some farm. They can go loot some shelter if they want to do that. Some teams to maybe worry about. GRUNTo out there in the outskirts of the bottom left hand, so the west hand side on top of Team Carreta. They might get into an engagement.
Definitely. They're both. I know that the GRUNTo was holding those few buildings just south of Pachinki, and it looks like Carreta was handling those couple of silos on the other side. And oh, it looks like they did put some shots down. Unable to hit them though. Gonna hop in the buggy and get on the rotate.
Quick rotate is what wins the game. So over here, GRUNTo definitely, you know, last night Erangel was one heck of a game for that squad. I mean, they were popping off. They did a little bridge camp of their own, and then Bucky was the lone survivor. They managed to get a bunch of placement points and a couple third-party kills in the process. So they were definitely cranking up the heat and the momentum towards the end of the night. Whatever they did in last night's Erangel game, do that again. Do that again here today. That's what I want to see.
I agree. I agree completely. You know what? Just kind of a funny note. It's always funny, you know, when you see some certain people, you know, that are commentating, they see these matches and they say, too many campers. That's probably one of my favorite comments right there. Because I'm going to tell you one thing. When you're playing at this high level with these other kinds of squads and you got money on the line, hey, there ain't no rules right here. No shame in any game right there. If you get a good spot, you're just going to stay right there. So as you can see, Team Solid, that's what they're doing. You know, just holding this position, trying to catch any vehicles driving by.
I mean, they have a nice spot. You know, they got a couple members on the roof. They're going to be up there. If they can get a shot, they're obviously going to take the shot. But for the most part, there's no real pressure. All they need to do is make sure no one crashes on them, and they should be fairly good for the time being. We saw on the kill feed just a couple of moments ago. I don't know who it was. One of the members from Tribe, they got a knock onto one of these players from Cream.
Okay.
And it does, yep, Nitsu. So Nitsu is going to be bleeding on out right here. Nitsu should be able to get revived. I mean, Cream are within the confines of apartments, so there's a lot of cover to work with, and I don't really see Tribe going to be making the hard push onto this. Okay, so Cream 2-2 split, apartment school right now.
Yeah, they're doing this. Is a kind of dangerous because if Tribe decides to just pretty much full send onto either one of these locations, Creams is going to be as a really big a disadvantage, and that's especially for these two members over here at apartments. But you know, King A, rest of Tribe right now, I think they're better off just kind of just waiting, holding it off right now. If they do get a knock or even two, then you'll most likely see the push. But I think that's exactly what they're trying to spot out right now. But here comes.
They got a good spot. They got a good spot. Darius picking up the pick it up. You want to see it.
Oh, I saw Gilly in there too.
So looking around. Still gonna have this standoff up here, like you mentioned. Tribe, they have the elevated position over here, so they could see right on into these windows. Looks like Cream will be trying to regroup back up into these apartments. They left Nitsu behind. Hopefully Nitsu doesn't get knocked once again. Next circle, let's check it out.
Where is it gonna go? Where is it gonna go? All right, right on the top of Potato Hill right here. So most of the squads are they pretty much predicted this one, I think. You know, you got them, everybody pretty well set up here. B4 gonna try to get in, but it looks like they have a pretty free reign of where they're going, and it's a big break for GRUNTo.
Huge break for GRUNTo. C9, remember, they dropped Pachinki real early on. That was their drop spot. They moved out of Pachinki. Pachinki's still going to be on in play. Looks like C9 will be taking up those little apartments and complexes right just to the west of school. A very good spot. I like that spot a lot. Maybe we'll get a shift on over there. Exam right smack in the middle. Omen Elite. Looks like they're on a rotate and they're running right towards our squad of the day, B4. And right behind them on the pursuit is going to be Mezexis. Yeah, we already started to see the kill feed. Angry with the scar. We'll be connecting onto one of those members. Nico connecting onto Mitts right there. So it looks like Omen, their drive-by tactics are working.
Man, Omen Elite, one of the top squads in North America. So good at being able to shoot vehicles down. Getting 2 kills right there is huge. You can see Simplicity deciding that, you know what? I don't think we want to go that way. You know, Tribes on the hill. They're spraying in this direction right here. So, yeah, I think school's a really good option for them to just kind of wait and hold down.
Ooh, Nitsu right there. Popping some tires right with the VSS. That's a play. My concern, Loops, they were so close to Tribe, but just enough distance between them. As I say that, looks like King A is going to be trying to push on up. Was connected on. Here comes a smoke from C-Gut. They have this nice little ridge to work with to provide the cover. And it looks like Loops are also trying to come up with some type of game plan.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get an off angle right here from
What is
Danilo,
this?
but there's another member of Trem behind him. Oh my gosh.
Okay, that was pretty spicy. You would think the run over might have been the play, but they decided just to kind of pass that smoke, maybe get some information, relay that back to the team. Maybe the revive is coming on out. I'm surprised Loops didn't opt to get a little more aggressive there.
I think Danilo just drove by Seagun and King and just kind of whispered in their ear real quick. I was like, hi guys, and then just drove right on by to the rest of his squad. So yeah, I think that's a lucky break for Danilo that, you know, the rest of Tribe unfortunately weren't able to spot him out in that situation. But I think right now you can see Tribe with this kind of fight and this kind of zone. I think their best bet is to kind of just play a little bit passive and get ready for the next fight. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to push out, right? Because if they push onto Loops, you're just going to get third-partied from Simplicity at school. They'll spot them going up that hill. And not only that, you saw Cream. Now they're taking shots on the Loops.
Definitely. You're absolutely right. Looks like Alucard there with that DP is kind of holding Simplicity at bay. And he's doing it pretty well, to be honest. You know, like, I think that's going to work out great for him. The zone did just shift. And it does seem to be in their favor. But look at this. Omen Elite and Mezexis ESports getting into it.
We were looking at this earlier on the kill feed. We were watching the drive-by kind of erupt, and it looks like Mezix are still going to have at least 2 members live, Darius and Vega, within the shed, using it as cover. Angry and both Kelly will be tossing out some grenades right on into those windows. We'll be connecting one onto Darius. Miraz from Mezix is like, they're pushing. You guys got to pop out and defend. And before they can even do just that, grenades on top of grenades. And just in time as well. Like you mentioned, next zone did pop on up, so Omen should be able to get some quick loot, hop back into their vehicles, and continue trucking along.
Absolutely correct. That's exactly what happened. As you can see there, you don't want to be in a shack if you got, you know, an Omen Elite squad or any other squad that has grenades. And yeah, unfortunately for Mezix, just kind of getting caught, stuck in that position, and Omen Elite executing it perfectly right there, getting those kills right on time.
Yeah. What's popping out right now to you looking at this map?
Omen Elite's out of the zone right now, but they're going to be able to take at least the bottom of Potato Hill. So I'm interested to see if they're going to go kind of towards this building towards B4 or just opt to kind of stop, scout, and then push up from there. But yeah, that's the main thing that I noticed. You can see Team Solid up top. A lot of squads in the north having to get in. So we're probably going to see some crazy fights coming up here right now.
Yeah, and Tribe, you know, they're going to have to now push in from their position earlier on. Looks like Simplicity, we're already top those vehicles going forth. A wide rotate over there on the west-hand side. Ace, down 2 members already, find themselves right inside the crosshairs and actually sandwiched between both GRUNTo and Wildcard right now. Looks like Ace are going to be getting some more casualties on their side of things, and I think they only got a solo left. They have a little ridge to work with. Nunez, yep, not even a ridge, a tire from a tractor.
That tire is his best friend right now. I'll tell you that. He's not going anywhere. I think he's still in zone right now. So, I mean, his best bet is obviously to just stay still, try to survive. But at the same time, though, if the zone hard shifts, I think he'd be pressed to try to possibly go for a heal strat right here.
Oh, and before they didn't even have that option, Slicky will be connecting with that mini onto Nunez. That was my concern. I mean, GRUNTo making so much noise down there. You got to bet, like, Wildcard, if they hear this, they're going to try to get a couple kills, a couple knocks, and a couple points on their end of things. Because since night number 1 of season number 2, the last night and the night before, they haven't really been performing to what we expect them to do so. So I'm looking for Wildcard here tonight to really make a comeback to end the week off on a high note.
I agree with you. It's funny how, like, you know, Slicky, as soon as I say that, he's just like, no heal strats allowed, shutting down Ace in that position. And this is a team that, you know, they play so well together in so many different scenarios. But like you mentioned, it, you know, having a little bit of trouble here these past couple of days. So I'm really looking forward to them bouncing back.
Talking about bouncing back, Omen Elite looking to bounce some grenades right on into the windows of B4. Maxon trying to do the same thing over here. B4 already losing 1 member very early on. Mick is going to be spectating from the bench, maybe providing some support, maybe listening in really closely to hopefully hear the off angle from Angry creeping and crawling over here. Pedro Dog prone, looking for information.
Yeah, he's set up pretty well. The only problem with that spot right there is like, that's exactly where you're gonna grenade. But look, here comes Omen Elite. Nico driving in on it. They want this fight.
Yeah, aggression right now. Nico gonna be cooking this grenade, tossing it right on into that window. Grenades are ringing on out. Pedro trying to regroup on with Maxon, and Maxon will be taking some damage from that grenade. They got level, holding the stairs, using the smokes right now. Nico kind of going back in and out, just prepping these grenades, getting them locked and loaded, ready to go. The thing is, you need to make sure not to damage your teammates with these grenades. So team communication is everything. And it looks like Angry, Telly, Nico, everybody just tossing grenades on that second story. Yeah, you mentioned it. Pedro's balcony is exposed to some of that grenade damage as well. And here comes the push now. Looks like we got 2 members left. From B4 will be just spraying, pre-firing on that door. Nico cooking a grenade, getting ready to let this one loose. If they peek their head, though, that could be it. Oh, they're actually able to get that one off. 1 HP. Oh, my goodness. Maxton trying to get on out of here. Going to be going for the drop shot. Will be connecting, trying to get the first. Can they get another? And before they can get more knocked onto Omen, they were able to get the dub right there. Omen Elite losing Telly, or Telly getting knocked at us. Should be get revived.
Yeah, perfect scenario right there for Omen. Getting the squad wide, keeping all 4 up. Really, really well played. I was almost a little nervous there. I thought that second drop shot was gonna do some damage, but yeah, it worked out perfect. Able to use the teamwork, but look at the grenade onto Bayo as Fox cocks another one up and he throws it. Will it hit the mark?
So many grenades being utilized here on this first map of the evening, and not only are they being used, they are connecting. They're getting the knocks, and now you see Sam trying to push on up, trying to make sure not to get third-partied in the process. C9, they do need to push on into this new zone. They're right on the edge, uneven, popping in the dots. They're trying to get on into the zone, but will be spotted by Fox and Cloud9. I think they only got one more up. One more up. Oh, I saw a Did a vehicle run over on themselves for Cloud9?
Oh,
what did I just see in the kill feed? Mistakes are being made here, but Beowulf spotted by Sam. Yeah, they got pinched on the outside of the zone. I mean, could you have, seen them getting in any other way?
Man, I mean, when you got 3 pro squads gatekeeping you, that's a worst nightmare for any pro team. And yeah, unfortunately for Cloud9, it's just being too overwhelming. Too overwhelming in that situation. So yeah, not really much you can do. You just got to hope for either another team to third party or you make some kind of crazy play. And unfortunately, neither of those were able to happen here for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of all started with Exam's initial grenades. So, I mean, they were forced to just heal on up and get the revives when really the goal was to get into the zone. And those grenades attracting everybody. 3 teams, like you said, all just firing upon them. So let's see. Popping back on over here to Omen. We just saw them a couple moments ago. They were able to get a nice little squad wipe and already 8 kills so far. We only got 16 left here. And
Angry
gonna be popping off with the Scar here onto one of the members from CultuBGBG.
Those were some angry Scar shots. Speaking of his name, I mean, like, man, I don't know why. That 6x Scar making it happen right there through the smoke. Great place, right? Oh, that was... He just watched his teammate get knocked right in front of him.
Talk about a body block right there. Talk about a body block. Paris Boy hitting the dirt, healing on up. Paris Boy, you have to be somewhat aware of the revive, but if we look at the zone, looks like Exam's going to be right on the edge, right on the tip of that new circle.
Right, sure. Exam, yeah, they're holding it right now. Right now, it looks to be a big fight. Got their eyes on Trem Carreta right now.
Yeah, Omen Elite, they are going to be within the circle. They're the only team. They're the only squad in this new circle. They actually got one of their squad mates in the back kind of playing that anchor position while the other 3 are pushed up trying to gatekeep the 3 remaining teams. We see there's one more member up there from Tribalize. There's about 2 or 3 members from Exam, but the main focus right now, Omen Elite need to take out and keep Team Carreta out. Here comes the push now from multiple squads, Exam and both Tribe now.
Here comes, yeah, Paris Boy dropping some smokes right now, trying to confuse this Tribe team. They're on the edge of the zone. This is zone 6 right now. No team can afford to be in the zone for any second longer than they need to. Oh, Fox catches Seeker. It's all up to Sam.
The drop shot once again.
Gets caught.
Drop shot's too strong in game number 1. Getting caught off guard with that one. Exam, I told you in the pre-show, Exam were popping off yesterday. If they can continue with that today, that's going to be a team to definitely respect here. And it looks like they will be trying to get a revive in the smokes right now onto Dudu. Hurry up, get the revive, reset, because we got 4 up down there from Team Carreta. Team Carreta, they have been taking shots one after another from Omen, but Omen just can't seem to get the flushes.
You know, like you said, they need to get up right now because it's a perfect opportunity for them. For if Trem, Carreta, and Omen Elite both get into a fight right now, which they were earlier, they opt to kind of just do a reset right here. But if you're Exam, as the second you see these two teams get into it, you got to get in there for that third party.
Yeah, and looking at the new circle, once again, Omen will kind of be the victors, right? They're going to be just on the edge of the West, gatekeeping. So unless Exam try to wrap around or take them out right here, it looks like Omen's game. It might be Omen's game, but then again, Team Carreta and both Exam need to push in. If they push at the same time, look at Omen. They are so spread apart. They're holding all these angles, but if these two squads, because there's 8 enemies left for Omen Elite. There's 8 enemies. There's 2 full squads. This is going to be a challenge.
The best thing that Omen has for them right now is they got their full team up and they have the blue zone on their side. The only unfortunate part, though, is that their position holding it isn't too good, but oh, perfect timing for them. Trem, Carreta, and Exam are getting into it.
Yes, Garcia will be taking the shots over there, spotting out one of the members from Omen and getting the insta flush. Garcia pushing on up just a little more. Might have heard Juicy. Juicy going to be in the dirt. Bit2K might have some sight lines onto Nico. Bit2K will be taking down Nico.
Oh, no.
The trades, one after another. Angry able to connect onto Dudu. You got to get the trades. You got to get the flushes. You got to make sure you get the points. Angry, tap, tap, tap. A couple headshots, not able to get the knock right there. Garcia, the iron sights, AKM, the lean peak. Taking a couple shots, keeping Angry pinned down. Angry, the last remaining member alive. That is for Omen Elite.
He is pinched right now. Now it's the worst case scenario for Omen. You got one member, V2K, on the bottom right there, and you have Exam on top, and he's got only a rock covering one side of those positions.
Garcia
he's going to have to hit some crazy plays.
Garcia's healing. Garcia is dead. All right, so with that information,
oh my gosh,
if they're paying attention, Nico should have been like, hey, we only got one. They're right behind me. They're behind this rock. It's a 1v1. Angry will be popping some painkillers. 1v1 coming down to it here. Bit2K 3 kills so far. Angry 5 kills. If it comes down to a med off, Angry has more meds to work with. Nico gonna be popping back, gonna be pushing back. Spotted, thirsted. Now here we go.
This is what it's all about. This is the peak moment right here. Every single competitive player dreams of 1v1 situation. Whoever hits these wins it. I think Angry's got a little bit of an advantage having that high ground right there. I mean, it worked for plenty of teams in the past. So I think that if he's just able to play these just right, he can do it. But at the same time, it's really about who shoots first.
The 1v1, all the trash talk. 1v1 me, bro. It's coming down. Bit2K, angry, already swapping on over to that Uzi. We'll be crawling just a little bit over there to the right, trying to maybe spot out Bit2K. Bit2K still
the snake though
down there. Both snakes right now, both of them repositioning, trying to get within the new circle. Angry gonna be moving. Will be spotted by Bit2K, but spotting Bit2K, the snake in the dirt and taking the shots. Got him, is what Angry just said. 6 kills for Angry there in game number 1. Omen Elite taking the dub, taking the chicken.
Omen Elite, Angry. I love to see it. This man has got ice water in his veins. The clutch factor. He's got his clutch badge. Definitely after this one right here. Great plays from Omen Elite. Able to finish out and clutch a solid first game.
Yeah, and I feel like we saw Bit2K was prone, was snaking. I feel like Bit2K saw Angry first. But Angry from the corner of their eye, you know, I'd love to see Angry's point of view from the corner of their eye, quickly seeing that snake, turning right around, and then immediately just spraying right onto Bit2K right there.
Gotta give it up. You gotta give it up to him. I mean, Angry, a player who's been playing this game since season 1. One of the first streamers I think I remember ever seeing playing PUBG Mobile right here. So he's got a ton of experience, and he showed it off right there, clutching it for the win. 1v1 situation. It's all about who hits those, and he hit those right there. Love to see it. But you know what? Let's talk to our man Degon so he can give us a little bit of a play-by-play after this awesome first match of day number 4.
Hey guys, yeah, that was pretty crazy. Obviously, Omen Elite getting the win there in that last game. We'll be covering them, but also want to shout out Enxame Gaming. They have the lobby leading 14 kills in this match, and it was slow. Like, I don't think we had a kill in the first two zones, and we didn't have our first team knocked until maybe the 4th zone. So it took a little bit of time there for action to heat on up. And we got to see Omen Elite take the chicken dinner. We also got to see them from start to finish in a fight that we're about to break down against our highlighted team B4.
Well, let's take a look at it right now.
All right, sweet. So again, I think when we do breakdowns that are specifically about top tier teams, I like to show what they do differently and what they see and what's the critical moment that allows them to find success. In this case, obviously you have a numbers advantage for Omen Elite, but then the way they use that and the way they approach this complex was really smart when I took a couple of looks at it. So let's take a look. Here we go. So as you can see, this is the beginning of the fight. We got to see this one. We got to cover it. Great jobs by the observers to allow us to story tell this one. There are a couple of other great moments. Obviously, the ending was awesome. But this one was interesting because these are the fights that happen all across the map that a lot of time we don't get to see from start to finish. And so this one, Omen Elite, now running without Zute, Telly in the roster, means another guy taking the shot calling duties, but they don't miss a beat here. So B4, good position, right? Pedro's out up top using third person to get all the information. Maxin is holding off Juicy and possibly Telly from the house where they obviously know where Omen is, and then Levi is on scouting. So I like this setup here by B4 taking in this information. Now, where things get a little dicey is when we speed things up. They hear the vehicle, nades going out, whatever. And so Nico parks in that position in the corner right there. And so they can gather that information based off of audio. I think that's fine. One smart thing that Omen does is that when Nico approaches this house and they realize, okay, we want to go ahead and take this, we're going back and forth. You see Juicy getting popped a little bit there, buying some time, and then Maven throws a nade, giving away a little bit of information as well. They changed the orientation from where Nico would enter from. If he enters straight on up with the vehicle and just sends it, they have a good idea where it's coming from. You have windows that you can shoot from. But as we speed on up, and Pedro, you can see here, Pedro has the information. He's the one scouting. He thinks Nico's right here. At this point, Nico's rotated. Nico's all the way on out with the vehicle, and actually off to the side of the map as we take a look, he's over here. And so as you're gathering that information, look where Maxin's looking. He's looking where Nico used to be. Levi not in position to peek that window. And one of the most important things as we speed this clip on up, you could see right here. This is the side of the building right here where these windows, you can't look through. They're too high. They're too high on up. So you can't shoot through that window. So the specific angle that Nico took, they can't defend. There's a window on this side that standing, you're able to go ahead and shoot through. But in this case, Omen changed their location that they're sending this against this building to a way that B4 can't properly defend. So as we continue here, this is the window that B4 could have been in, but because they thought they were on the Omen Elite was on the opposite side of this building, they weren't ready to go. This gives Nico free access to hop on in and enter, and now Levi forced to back on off and then give up the bottom floor. As well as Nico now knows, hey, we hear the in the 3v4 against Omen. But that directional input that they entered from created some difficulties, and now they're all in chaos. It's like up top, they're spread on out. One person's trying to watch these stairs here. Maxon is like looking around trying to gather information. Pedro's trying to gather information. Nico can hear that. And then from downtown, the lone man that hasn't entered yet, Juicy, chucking nades on inside. Eventually, one of these beautiful will land right on Pedro's face. We'll see it right there. Oh no, this is sad. Boom. Pedro panics and throws his nade down on the ground. And then this allows the numbers advantage fight that we saw. Very exciting fight right here. Telly with the peek. Nico realizing, hey, I'm chunked. Angry, next one to go up the stairs. Hey, I'm chunked. We're going to heal on up. And Nico, great job just waiting out these shots here from Levi. Then he turns the corner. Levi nowhere to go. He's down to 1 HP. Gives a great attempt here to try and clean things up as Telly gets the information on Maxon. Maxon trying to switch guns, not able to clean up. Levi on 1 HP gets taken down. And Omen Elite systematically taken down this building. And I just, again, a small thing like giving information to the opposing team, knowing that they have that, and then changing that information by the angle that they're entering in and having knowledge of where the building is defendable from. I thought that was just super smart from Omen Elite and was key to them getting into that closing circle, racking up 12 kills and the chicken dinner.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there. You know, Omen Elite showing their veteran abilities, you know, knowing exactly which side to crash the house on. Great play-by-play there, Degon.
Huge play for Omen too. I mean, that was kind of like the second fight that they had to take. They took the fight first a couple moments ago onto Mezexis. That's kind of what started the Omen killing spree. And then after that, we saw him push more into the zone and then taking those shots back and forth onto Team Carreta. So a lot of kills from Omen Elite. Huge game number 1 out of them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the time it's we see them win the chicken dinner. You look at the stats, they're like, oh, you know, you get to see the result, but you don't see how that result was made and how things could have changed. And I thought, again, this was a really cool opportunity by our observers to tell the story step by step.
One thing I want to highlight on right off the bat is that it goes to show you, this is why I think Omen Elite is one of the top NA teams right now. It just shows synergy is such a difficult thing to be able to grasp on, and I think so many teams show that they struggle with it. But Omen Elite, especially, I think here in North America, they really have it down. I think that goes to credit to, number one, some of these players playing for so long. You got Angry and Juicy, who both lived in the same gaming house together, and they got to have that experience as well. So to be able to see them put it all together and make it happen here at such a high level stage, I know for a fact I love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, though, you know, Tempo Storm still Tempo Storm.
Right.
They weren't in this first game,
That's
so
true.
let's see how things shake up.
That's true. So speaking of shake up, let's go ahead and see how the scores are shaking up right here after this match number 1. I'm pretty sure we know exactly who's going to be in first place. And as you can see, it's none other than Omen Elite.
13 kills. Then right behind him, Enxame, 14 kills. Team Carreta as well. 7 kills, 14 placement points. Then Tribe, we saw them in a lot of engagements in this game number 1. 3 kills out of their 8 placement points. Cloud9, CultuBGBG, Wildcard, the Knights, GRUNTo, and then Simplicity.
Yeah, you know, it's when you get a 13 kill chicken dinner, you can just see just how much of an effect it takes on the leaderboards right there. So for Omen Elite to have such a great game right there, especially with Tempo sitting out of this one, I think they're going to be in a great position to start off day 4.
Oh, you know what, Tempo, they're in the next 4. So hopefully Omen can continue on with this momentum and reclaim another, you know, first place on the overall leaderboards. Because season number 1, Omen Elite, they won 2 nights. Cloud9, they won 2 nights, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah.
So no one's beating Tempo though so far. I mean, 3 nights definitely putting the cherry on top of that one. So we'll see.
Yeah, 3 nights in a row. But I think Omen Elite is saying, hey, it's time to get our third today right here. So far, game number 1, doing great, but they got 3 more matches to go. And we've seen here time and time again, it usually always ends up to the last game right there. So 1 last kill, 1 last chicken dinner can mean placing in the money or not. So, hey, great game overall. Let's check out the rest of the leaderboards. As you can see, in 11th place, we got Cream Real Betis. 12th, we got GRUNTo Esports. 13th, we got Team Solid. And, you know, Mezexis having a tough start to game one right here. They definitely got caught in a pretty crazy fight.
Yeah, they got caught time and time again. So one thing to kind of note as well, Omen Elite, they will be setting out the Sanhok map. So they're going to be playing Miramar, Vikendi, and then another Erangel, the last map of the evening. So that's kind of good to think about when it comes to, getting that first place on the overall leaderboard. I'm curious, Sanhok though, is that like a map that Omen are strong on? Is that a map that they're weak on? Maybe in the middle, mediocre? Because you got to start to take into account like some of these teams that sit out certain maps, like is that their strong suit? Is that their weakest? So it's interesting to kind of take that into account when it comes to the overall leaderboards type of thing.
I'll tell you, what's strong on Sanhok? Which exact team is?
Who?
The Blue Zone team. That's really just about it, man. The Blue Zone takes out practically all of these squads here at Sanhok. I think it's just that one unpredictable map where you kind of have to get zone to really drive a good solid play towards it, because you even saw a team like Cloud9, one of the top NA teams. They didn't get zone yesterday, and they just said, you know what, forget this, let's drop all the heals over to Pyra. But still, with that, they were able to get fourth place. So I think that's the best case scenario on that one. But let's talk about how our team of the day, B4 Esports, did in game number one. Unfortunately, a tough one for them. Only 1 point so far, and it looks like that's going to be nothing but a placement point. So rough day, but a rough match so far, but they got the rest of the day to go.
They do. They have 3 more games to go, to be exact, and hopefully they can do pretty well, because like I mentioned, coming on into the day, their overall scores within the scrims, their best placement so far, that was 7th place on the overall with 22 kills. So they're a team, we know they can do it. They got it in the bag. So hopefully we'll see it moving forward.
Yep, something I'm definitely looking forward to see. Thank you guys so much for watching so far. Up next, we have nothing but Miramar 2.0. And as you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, we have groups A, B, D, and E. So that's going to be Group C sitting out of this one. And I'm always looking forward to Miramar, to be honest, because every Miramar I've seen so far here, the PMPL Scrims, has just been great. So thank you so much. We'll be right back after these messages.
A brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via Quick Draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The 2 sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now.
What's going on, everybody? We are back, and as you can see, Miramar 2.0 jumping straight into it. Got a good solid plane path going here from El Pozo down to Minas Generales.
Looking pretty decent, if you have to ask me. First game of the evening for the reigning champs, back to back to back 3 times over here in season number 2, Tempo Storm. A lot of these teams are definitely fearing the Storm right now, and we'll see what Tempo Storm can accomplish here in their first game of the evening.
Tell you, when you got this kind of money on the line right here to be able to finish first place 3 times in a row, it ain't easy, that's for sure. So great performances thus far, but this is their first match of the evening, and it's a good old solid Miramar match. You know they're gonna go to Picado, and that's exactly where they're headed.
They're going to be heading over there. We got the Knights. So far tonight, they have been the first team to drop out of the plane right away. Exam look to be doing the same thing. So we're going to have 2 teams kind of near ruins, and there's not going to be a lot of loot up there, kind of trash, and they should be able to get some vehicles, maybe rotate on into the circle. First zone is up, though. It's to the east side.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know, this is a tougher finish, I think, when it comes to Miramar in general. There's some pretty good spots, of course, all over the place, but I think most teams have a lot more experiences with kind of like those Picado, El Pozo finishes. But regardless, you know, most of the squads, they're inside the zone right here. You got PK, Exam, Mezexis all having to make a little bit of a road trip, but heck, still anyone's game.
Anyone's game. The engines starting to rev up here on the Miramar map. We saw 2 teams dropping all the way down there to Las Leones as well, and that's going to be right on the southern edge of circle number 1. So hopefully those 2 teams could kind of fight it out on who will get the optimal position down there to the south, and things should be looking fairly decent for them moving forward. Looking at 2 teams that might find themselves in a early engagement here. In B4, we got Pedro Dog and Maxon. We saw on the replay, the breakdown, they had to defend their compounds against the Omen push, and now it seems like they're gonna have to defend themselves against a push from XQ Gaming.
Yeah, our team of the day right here, stuck with looks like a 2v2 right now. I could see on the mini map there we got another member, both of these members not too far off, kind of like in the back, just trying to get some loot. So it's pretty much when it comes to these kind of fights, it's never fun. It's never fun because you're just trying to loot right now. You're not even worried about getting into engagement. And if you don't hear that other squad and just like run across to try to catch a building, you can get knocked and thirsted. And that's just a nightmare if that happens.
Yeah, and now looking at this, looks like XQ are going to be grouping up quicker than B4. We saw Mick all the way up there on top of the hill near that little radio tower signal cell. They, you know, probably going to be able to provide some support from that distance, but, you know, 4 members crashing onto your duo here, the odds are already going to be stacked against you.
Oh, he's trying to drive that buggy all over the place. And he makes it back right outside of his team. Crazy driving right there coming from AZ.
Taking some shots, and now it looks like Pedro going to be tossing out some grenades. If Pedro can get 1 grenade onto XQ, that would be huge because they're grouped up. There goes AZ. So yeah, Pedro actually going to be connecting onto one of them. Pedro's squad mate out there in the distance trying to get the thirst, and it's going to go down. It looks like B4 are able to capitalize and get 1 member out. We see Levi in the vehicle trying to make the approach. Pedro with another grenade. There are mollies out here. What is going on? Maxon will be connecting on the Sheep, and Pedro with the Uzi connecting on the Starlight. There's only 1 more member left for XQ right now. Oh my goodness, how the tables have turned, and here comes in the back line Levi coming in with that support. Pedro going for that wraparound, gonna go for that spray over here. HDL popping on into the building. Pedro with the squad wipe right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Look at that. The disrespect right there from Pedro. They popped some S12 shots and Uzi onto his box, letting him know who's boss in this situation right here. Oh man, B4 executing that fight perfectly. Wow.
That was amazing. And you know what? They started that with only two really on the defense. Levi was in the vehicle for 90% of that engagement. 90%. They pulled up at the very last, the end. They didn't even need to come.
What a fight for our team of the day. You know, I think that after that first game, being able to get a clean squad wipe right there, that's going to be a huge morale booster starting off this solid Miramar match. I
mean, not, you know, what happened there? You know, what happened there at the end of the day? I need to go back and rewatch that one.
Well, we saw AZ hit a hard U-turn, that's for sure. You know, right off the bat, driving up, trying to just get some loot. P4 spotting him out. He turned around and just from there, P4 straight nade to start off the fight, and then just play by play, shot by shot, able to finish the rest of XQ Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, XQ, they kept pushing, though, on these grenades, though. Pedro, grenade after grenade after grenade, even tossing a molly out there. And XQ, they just didn't want to give it up. They didn't pump the brakes. I didn't see them pump the brakes at all. It was just full on sending it, trying to take it down. I mean, I think XQ, they were aware that, hey, there's only a duo here, right? That's all they saw, which is true. You know, that's who was there. So, you know, they had that going for them. So that's why we saw the non-stop progression. But maybe next time, take a second, relax, you know, regroup your thoughts, come up with some type of game plan. Because you have to assume this early on in the game, the support should be coming from the squad. That's exactly what happened there at the end. We had the other two members of P4 come in for the last minute support.
Yeah, you know, it's always a tough situation, you know, because when you're in there, you never know what your team is seeing. You're just going based off what, you know, certain call-outs. And in that situation right there, XQ, I think, tried to do the best they can do. But B4, they were just all over that one, and were able to get a good solid finish. You can see Simplicity on the run right now, but they got Tempo on the other side.
Yeah.
So unlucky for Simplicity right now.
Arish gonna be saying up, tossing one, and it's gonna roll right down. Will it take down Mystic? Here comes the vehicle explosion attempt. Axel gonna be taking some shots. Irish find themselves pinned down right now and thirsted almost immediately. And you mentioned it, Tempo trying to get involved as well out there in the warehouse.
Simplicity just getting picked apart right now, forcing to basically play 1v2, 1v4 against Team Queso and Tempo Storm. Two really, really solid squads right here. So it's gonna be tough for Simplicity to get out alive on this one right here.
Yeah, and Team Queso, they have experience in this area. We always see them in this area. They're extremely comfortable in this area. They know the different angles. They know the hiding spots. So I'm really going to be favoring Team Queso right now in this position. If I am Tempo, I probably won't push up here. There's no reason to push up here unless you want to get ultra aggressive. Simplicity kind of, you know, sandwich right now. Really nowhere to go.
Yeah, they're stuck out. So this is Simplicity's drop location for Miramar, so they know the spot really well. But what is there to know when you got Tempo gatekeeping you from one end, you got Team Queso taking the high ground? You're just stuck right here and trying to survive. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing. And you can see right now Russell trying to find some cheeky hiding locations. Yeah. I think that's the best you can do in this situation.
Minwoo, like, just trying to get some information up there, looking up there, and just chilling. That's all I could do. Just chill for the time being. And we're going to see the next circle. It's going to go on up. It's going to pop on up. And you know what? This is good circle for Simplicity, the duo. They don't need to move a muscle.
And that's exactly, I think, what they're going to do, to be honest. Just hold it down the best they can, try to get every placement point. You got Cloud9. They're on the east side by Hacienda. They're going to be set up really well for this one. Tribe out in the blue zone right here. Not to mention it's on the west side, so that's going to be probably the most difficult place to rotate in from. But you just never know. You know, maybe they catch that one perfect little driving path to safety.
West side is the best side, as you would say. I would hard disagree with that, as I am on the East Coast, of course. But getting on into circle number 2, we saw a couple teams over there on the west side, you know, forced to kind of make that rotate on into here. A lot of teams already going to be within circle number 2 as well. So we might have some engagements in the west. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to find out. Looks like Omen Elite are going to be up here on the mountains, just kind of running around the place for the time being.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because in this match right now, the west side is the best side to get gate kept, unfortunately. And, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. You know, that's just where the other squads set up right there. And it's pretty much every pro team's nightmare, you know, because when you are stuck out of zone trying to find a way in and you got 3-4 major teams gatekeeping, there's just not much you can do in that situation. So all you can do, you hope, is if you're Tribe, to just try to find a good, you know, solid path on the way in, or maybe even get lucky, catch a third party. And yeah, that would be a huge break for them. But it still has to happen, that's for sure.
Well, talk about things happening. Looks like Tribe going to be right there to the north, and Omen Elite going to be in there.
Oh, he saw him.
Goes on the rotates. Alucard going to be stopping the Bucky out here with the M4. Will be taking some shots, and I believe maybe even popping a tire, forcing Telly to get on out and retreat. Telly going to be chunked down pretty low right there.
So close right now. Tribe, Alucard. This guy can hit shots. That is for sure right there. And almost is able to take out Telly. And I really like this right here from Tribe. They notice that the zone is coming and they want to get a whole nother location. So being able to get Telly out the vehicle will give them an opportunity to possibly drive off. But that's only one member. Yeah, so the rest are opting to gatekeep this fight.
Yeah, so Telly is actually going to be safe, but now Angry, their vehicle, going to be exploded. We see Angry popping the smokes, trying to retreat right now. Seagut with the Vector on the approach. Angry going to be making that quick flick with the M4, trying to get the retaliation shots and just get on into the zone using these smokes for cover. Remember, Tribe, they have vehicles, so they can easily pop on into these vehicles and hunt down Angry. Angry looks to be lucky for the time being. Seagut still hot on the case.
Yeah, Seagut's kind of holding this position here. I don't think he was able to catch that vehicle. And oh, Angry's going to spot him right here.
Angry swapping on over to the Uzi. Seagut with the M4. Gonna be taking some shots on the Seagut. Angry going back and forth. Angry, the Uzi, just too strong right there. And it does look as if Angry would be the victor of that 1v1, but Angry is within the blue, taking damage. Hopefully Angry has some heals.
Yeah, that was interesting right there. Kind of had some screen shenanigans, and unfortunately Seagut, yeah, getting takeout. Tough break for Omen. Oh, tough break for Tribe, I'm sorry, and a good break for Omen.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. That's what they're saying here. Team Solid over here within the compound, right on the edge. Omen, you said it. They had a break earlier on, but they will not be catching this break. They're going to be out here in the blue zone. At least they have some vehicles to work with for the time being. They should be able to zoom right past Team Solid. Hopefully, one would hope.
Yeah, they're gonna attempt to right now, and it's not gonna be easy by the looks of it.
Team Solid, popping a smoke, getting on into the Marauder, and we'll be cruising on in as well. Remember, both these teams are not within the new zone here. Team Solid, all going to be riding dirty right now, just taking shots out there. They left one of their squad mates behind, maybe intentional.
See them driving in that Marauder right there, and it's just it's so sketchy. It's so sketchy because that thing cannot take too many bullets before it gets blown up.
Team Solid going to be popping on out. Mafioso was taken down from the side of Team Solid. Seems as if Omen are kind of getting the better half of this. I mean, they still have 4 alive, and they're able to continue to survive here and, you know, reposition time and time again after not being favored. And now we got Tribe up here on the high ground, seeing both Teams Solid, seeing Omen Elite duking it out, fighting it out right there in the blue zone. And now they're going to try to get some third-party action underway.
Yeah, you know, Omen Elite, I think they're feeling the effects right now of the full force of the South American server as they're trying to find a good position right here. And I think they're going to just kind of play this passive, or as passive as they can for the time being. But they're stuck in the blue and just trying to find a way in, but it's not going to be easy right now for Angry.
See the smokes, see the grenades. Angry does have the bus, so Angry could possibly sneak on out of here if they're lucky enough. And like we mentioned, the blue zone will be applying the additional pressure for both of the teams. Looking at the next zone though, so Tribe, they're not going to be able to gatekeep this one or third party that one for much longer. Next zone is going to go on up to the north. C9 right in the middle. Mezexis Esports within the compounds. They have hard cover. And then on the east side, we got Loops. We got the Knights throwing grenades back and forth at each other to start more engagements here. This next zone is deadly.
Oh yeah, you know, once you start getting into zone 5, that's where that blue zone, it just hurts. It just hurts so bad right now. And for all these squads that are stuck out of the blue zone right now, 21 seconds left. 21 seconds, and you got to get moving right now.
And on the move they are. The Knights, 2 kills so far, 4 up. Will be on here on top of the hill surrounding that one member from Loops as they are trying to make the retreat over here. And only 2 up for Loops. Like, the Knights are
good shots right there from Jagger.
You know, yep. They're landing really good shots. We see the Knights all popping in their vehicles now. Loops on the retreat, going for the run over kill to confirm it.
Oh, the disrespect.
It happens. It happens. Seems like the Knights are going to actually be able to get on into the edge and trying to find that last member for the Loops. And the trades coming on out right there. Loops will be taken down and out in 14th position. Right there in game number 2. The Knights, they should be able to get the revive. But Darius doesn't seem to want to allow this one to happen.
M4-6X right there, just tapping away through the smoke, trying to catch somebody slipping. And PK, I think, realizing that immediately. They got the smokes down. They're going down the hill and just trying to get this pickup because they have to. They absolutely do, and that's exactly what happens. Jagger is such a strong fragger for this team, and that is not one player you want to lose early on. That's for sure.
Looking around at the map once again, seems as if the Knights have a really strong position all the way up there to the north. Hopefully they don't test their luck and push right on into C9, who are in a centralized position. Checking in with B4 once again. Remember, B4 had a phenomenal, pretty much 2v4 early on here in the first circle in their drop. Already with 6 kills so far. We got Exam, a full squad down there just on the edge of this zone. They do have a compound to work with. They do have cover. They're not in any danger at the current time. Ace will be finding themselves a nice little dip, tossing out of smoke. This shows me that they will be getting third partied or at least shot at. And I believe that's going to be from Alpha 7 there, just above them.
Got to give it to our team of the day, B4 Esports right there. 6 kills they've secured already. So putting some points like that, especially in that early mid game, that's huge. That's huge. I mean, even getting that many kills in a lobby like this, it's not easy. So for them to have that this early on is a great start here to this Miramar match.
Yeah, it's looking good so far for the squad of Ace, and hopefully moving forward they can continue. They are going to be getting peppered right now. Already one of the members knocked down and out, but the revive will be coming. They have this little ridge to work with that provides the optimal cover. Next zone does go on up though, so that's a big concern for Ace. They need to come up with some type of game plan. Now they do have these vehicles to work with, and Alpha 7 already on the approach.
Yeah, you're right, you are. And look at that, Alpha 7 from the top. Abdul hitting some big shots right there, and that is the worst thing that can happen if you're Ace, because there's only 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left on the clock, and this is zone number 5, the one that hurts. And oh, look at that, Rolex with a huge nade onto them, and Nunez knows it. He don't have much time left at all.
Alpha 7 up here on the high ground. They are 100% aware of Ace's position. That's why we see they left one member up there on top of the hill right behind them, overlooking this, making sure that the 3 squad mates pushed up here are going to be secured for the time being. Alpha 7 going to be looking right down there onto the Mezix compound. Ooh, tempo though. They got a shack, but they are exposed right now.
Oh no. They are really exposed. Lukitas and Team Queso both spotting him. Oh, but Team Queso with the assist, saying, stay off my Tempo Storm team right here. This is going to be our fight to go into. Great shots right there and a big break for Tempo.
Tough fight, tough fight. I mean, really, all these teams out here on the east side of the circle, it's going to be a challenge. Really, Mezix, they have the compound right on the tip. Like, they don't really need to move. All they have to do is defend. Ace already going to be crashing on down there on the opposite end of that one. And yeah, we got 9 teams remaining. 9 teams so far. Seems as if the mice finally got the cheese, and they're doing pretty happy. Things are getting smooth now, and we got the Knights down there on the edge of the zone as well. A lot of teams playing edge right now.
Yeah, I think if you're any one of these NA teams, it just seems like in this game, the power of the South American server is very, very strong right now. So I wouldn't want to make too much movement or do any full sends in this case. That's for sure. Just kind of hold it off and try to get the best placement you can.
Well, if you're Ace, you're forced to. You are forced to, and they're going to be popping some smokes, trying to get on into the Mezix compound. But Miraz, looking right down there at the doorway, will be halting the Ace push. One member from Ace is going to be knocked down. Mystic from Team Queso as well, trying to get involved. We see out there in the distance already 3 kills, but the main story right now, will Ace be able to avoid Mezix? Will they be able to continue to survive? Nunez crouched. They have the cover. Are they in the zone? No. Next zone goes on up. My
Poor
goodness.
Ace.
They
Poor
cannot
Ace.
catch a break.
They can't. You know, that's funny because I think Ace is right now like, can we just be neighbors? You know, but here, let me send you a little gift. How about a good starting grenade? And Vega looks to have the same idea right here. Does it hit though?
Bits from Mezix. Mezix, I mean, they're trying to get the last 2 kills onto Ace, pretty much. They know Ace is back here, but the thing is, like, how much time are they going to devote to this? Because they're not in the next zone. And look, the Knights, they have angles onto the Mezix squad. They did not expect this one to come. They were so tunnel vision on getting the Ace squad wipe that they allowed the Knights to just push right on up into their home. Darius prone right here. Gonna be crouched in the corner, taking some shots. One of the members from the Knights will be knocked down and out. It's all out mayhem. Jagger running on into the smoke, just spraying it down. And it does seem as if both Outsider and Jagger were able to successfully spray that compound down and take out Mezix.
Then they're out, and Jagger knowing, you know, hey, this is the 6th zone. No way you're going to be able to pick up that one member. So it looks like it's just going to be Outsider and Jagger for Pittsburgh Knights.
Our squad of the day. D4 on the approach right now.
Oh, wait. They were on the short side. It looks like they are going to be able to get that pickup right now. That's huge
8
for them.
kills so far. Huge for the Knights? Yeah.
Yeah, huge.
Cloud9, though. Mini red zone. Talk about a mini red zone. We got Exam up there tossing some grenades. We got B4 tossing some grenades. Everybody trying to take over these shacks right on the edge of the circle. If I'm Exam, I'm just going to stay up there, really. Just continue to bombard Cloud9, hinder their push, because both Cloud9 and B4, they're not in the zone. They're not in this next circle.
Man, you can just see B4 utilizing their kit and understanding it. Here comes Exam, though! Oh my gosh!
They're making a push.
A third party, and B4 is just waiting for this one to fight out before they come to third party in this fight. And here they go.
Just madness. Mick spraying right now through the smoke. Will be spotted by Doodoo. Doodoo with the Uzi is going to be chunked down pretty low, about 10%, no, 5 HP, 2 kills on the Doodoo. Doodoo, the last remaining member, trying to go for the heal. Not enough time to go for the heal. Just has to send. He's going to be spraying on the Pedro. Taking down Pedro. Exam. A dream to survive. All they want to do is heal. Being forced to continue to take the gunfight. The last remaining member to survive the bloodbath out there between B4, C9, and Exam. Hopefully they can continue to survive up here. And almost just like that, we got more action. You mentioned it earlier on, Hot Jukes. Knights were able to get a revive.
Look at Outsider.
They got 3 alive right now. They got Alpha 7 right in their crosshairs.
Outsider tapping as fast as he can, getting 2 huge knocks in that situation right there. Now it's just Rolex. Oh, man. Great shots right there from outside. Like, hey, but he gets caught from Tempo Rain from the corner.
Yep. This is Team Queso. They still got 4 up out there. They still got 4 up. Tempo have been in the shack for some time now.
Oh, they got the zone.
Yeah, they got the zone. It's really good cover. They have bullets just whizzing past their heads right now from all types of directions. They're going to be right in the thick of it. Outsider was going to be spotted by Rain with that scar. You saw the Knights right there. They're thinking about getting revived, but instead of getting revived, they're going to be sending it. We're sending it with the buggy. Getting some support from the back end from Team Queso. They're going to be taking out one member from Tempo, and now it's just up to Tensa within the shack that has been protecting them this whole time. But Team Queso are making the push. Team Queso do not want to let this one slip on out of their grasp. Marco chunked down pretty low. Ayala going for the spray, will be connecting on the last remaining member of the Knights, and can they get the shack in? There goes Tensa. Team Queso taking down 2 teams right there.
Wow. Are you kidding me? You know, Team Queso just perfect moment right there. Yeah, look at that. They're just turning on everybody. It's all Team Queso's game to win. Exam Doodoo, last one alive right here in the 1v4.
Oh, huge trade
Gets
from
one.
Doodoo. Huge trade. Can Doodoo get 3 more? We'll be getting another one. Oh,
There's 2. Oh, but gets caught.
Almost. You know what? Doodoo, weren't they in night number 1? Weren't they in a 1v4 as well? Yeah, it was night number 1. I think it was Erangel map 1.
Oh yeah.
Always find themselves in 1v4s.
You know what? I gotta give it though right there to Exam, because that was a clutch second place win. They had an insane fight right there with 2 other squads. Doodoo able to make it the last one alive, and being able to survive all the way to second place right there, that's clutch. That's clutch. But great game right there. Team Queso just having the full squad up, great positioning, and able to just take out the rest of the lobby and get the chicken dinner here in match number 2.
Yeah, huge game for Team Queso. I mean, they just kept their squad alive, right? They just kept their squad alive. There was about 5 teams remaining, 4 not including them, Circle 7. They just pushed in. They made sure to get the shots they needed. They pushed onto that Tempo shack. Knights, though, I know before they made that push onto Tempo, they had 12 kills. So they were doing really well this game.
They were putting in some work, and you saw there Outsider with that mini hitting some big shots right there. And they looked to have Tempo on the ropes, but then Team Queso just came and played spoiler for them. So it's so tough, but I can't wait to see the play-by-play for this evening. So let's move over to Degon so he can see his thoughts after this match number 2.
Yeah, I think the theme of this match here, after a explosive start, then a little bit of a lull, was just third parties everywhere, and a lot of learning lessons on when to get aggressive and when not to. And so this is less of a one specific play and more of just kind of recapping all the havoc, because our observers did a fantastic job catching a lot of it, and then you guys did a great job covering it as it happened. But it was really interesting to see the thinking behind each play here. So let's take a peek.
Let's take a look right now.
All right, so you got to start this one off with obviously the play. XQG they're an aggressive team, and they earned their spot here based off the fact that they play aggressive. And you don't mind this. Look at these numbers here that starts things off. As Dave noted, this is a 2v4. Like, Mezexis is in like the district, the city over. Like, he's got a long way to go here. So I don't mind the decision here by XQG to play aggressive, put themselves in position to get peeked upon and get picks. I don't mind that. What interests me is that once they get knocked, it feels like they start to panic a little bit. And also, let's not take this away from Pedro and Maxon, not Maven. They play this one really well as we scoot on up. I like this. You move up with AZL, but in the process, Mezexis gets one from the back. So now XQG's like, hey, we only know where 2 is. Mezexis with an SKS just shot us. And you can see the panic now once XQG executes their plan. They didn't identify, hey, what happens when we get third-partied here. And then after this, it's just one at a time. It's one at a time here, and Pedro plays this one beautifully, has the ridge, plus Maxon has his back, and you can see that in the upper corner up here. You see there is Pedro, behind him Maxon. He's got his cover. And from there, it's just executing. And I love the fact that B4 not afraid of picking this fight on up. And it's just super exciting to see this pop off. And it feels like this is why we keep seeing XQG like false start here and be on the bottom half and even in the bottom quarter of teams, because they're unable to consistently make these plays. Like, we always applaud Z-Fan for his aggressive play, and XZL, I think, has had a couple of pop-off moments. But right here, you have the opportunity right there to get at least one knock and buy yourself a little bit of time. But by this point, the fight's already over. But this is an angle that you're going to want back if you're XZL. And then from there, the cleanup by Pedro doesn't blink. And then, as you guys saw and heard, the extra shot to let everybody know who's who. So I thought that was a great start to the game. Now, as we speed on up, I want to lock in on the, not the Pedro, here with Mezexis. Because we see this situation all the time where Ace does a fantastic job, as they've done all scrims long, of surviving. They're surviving. They're 3 up, but they're scattered. They're kind of hurt. What can you do? Well, you could be a thorn on the side of another team close to a circle where you could possibly get third-partied. And I love the fact that that's clearly the thinking that Ace pulls off here. Not only is Ace nearby against Mezexis as Capjao gets finished off, Mraz has a great angle. That's great. But PK coming up in the corner, which is eventually what happens. And so as we speed on up, there's this moment here where Nunez is stuck in the corner, and it's Mitz. Mitz just basically thinking right here, Vega, Mraz, Mitz, they're all like, how do we get rid of this thorn in the side? If we move first, we're going to get shot. We're so focused on. And Ace is like, you know what? We're in a safe spot. Maybe something will happen. And because Mezexis focused so much on the team that was behind him, as we saw in just a second here, pop, 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 there's Raven cleaning things up. And now all chaos breaks loose, and we covered the fight. Darius doing a fantastic job being close on up. But you're going from a situation where you are 4-on-2, just suck it up and clean them out. Otherwise, you're on the edge. You're in a very valuable compound, and people can come and third-party you, and they get cleaned up. And I don't mind this too much from Mezexis because they've shown a lot of growth from Season 1 to Season 2. And so this was an interesting situation where they hesitated a little bit in terms of what do we do now that we're the big dog? We're the ones that have location. We're the ones that have 4 members up against the scrappy ones that rotated in late. So props to Mezexis for getting into that position in the first place. But I think they just played it way too slow. Now the circle's coming in. Raven probably wants that one back. And Darius there in the background. Love the play that PK makes and then cleans us up, plays this aggressive. And then as we zoom in even more forward, last one here, PK running out of options. You can see Jagger, Outsider, J7 on the outskirts here. Love the fact that they just get in the vehicle and just go, they go deep here. Where is it? They're coming. There's the shots from Outsider. Great shots from Outsider right here as well. Through the smoke. Kind of questionable by Alpha 7 not blowing up their van already. That could have been a lot worse for them, even though it doesn't end well for them. And then PK just... Come on, let's show it. Get me the buggy. There it is. J7 saying, time to go, boys. Jagger, hop in my back. We're just going to send it on in. This is awesome. Just right on in there to tempo. You've got your one person in the back. It was Outsider. You probably had time to pick up Outsider, but this was just chaotic throughout in terms of teams on top of teams on top of teams. And this is the second time where Queso has interfered on a team trying to close down onto tempo before Queso ends up cleaning this one out. But again, this was a Miramar map that almost played like Sanhok. I thought it was crazy that it was just constantly like, hey, there's a fight starting, here we go. It started a little bit later, given how spread out New Mad Miramar is, and Miramar has always been, but the same principles applied. It's scary to be the first person to start the party, but if you don't send a direct invite and set a end time where it's like, all right, we got to do it and we got to end it here, otherwise this party's going to go all night, I'm not going to get any sleep, and I'm going to get knocked out. Well, that's exactly what happens here. Lots of examples of indecisiveness and what happens when you aren't decisive.
And that push from the Knights. Jagger had no helmet, and they at the same time were making the push. Outsider got knocked, like at the same exact time. They had
Yeah.
a smoke out. I feel like they could have maybe gotten Outsider up. I know the zone was starting to pressure them, but I feel like the things like the tables might have been turned in their favor if they would have had the additional member Outsider up at the very end right there instead of just straight up sending it at that moment.
Yeah, I will say that I think in this case, when you have 12 kills and they were getting those kills based off of being aggressive and being decisive, you can kind of give them definitely a pass on like, hey, look, they're in the vehicle, they're ready to go, and they don't have the information on where Outsider got knocked from. So maybe you're a little bit more agile and probably not going to get hit if you're just sending it in the vehicle where you know enemies are. You know,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
maybe
to be fair, Outsider was popping over the hill, not in the smokes when they got knocked. So I feel like, the smoke would have provided that support right there. And like I mentioned, no helmet on Jagger. But yeah, 12 kills, really, there's no risk at that point. Just straight up send it. And if they won, they would have been able to get that shack, get that prime location. It's just unlucky for them that Team KS got 4 up already moving on in as well. So
and as you said,
crazy end going.
at the same time when they were in the vehicle ready to go. I thought that was pretty unlucky. I think that's a good point. Yeah, that's a great point. I think maybe I didn't want to go too ham on XQG. Plus, expectations are low for them. Like they have not put together a complete day in a very long time. They put together a couple fights. They might put together a game, but this kind of thing happens way too often for them, and it just feels like maybe this time it is a little bit unlucky that they're dropping against two randoms. They don't know where the other two are, and there's no way for them to have an idea that, oh, he's like miles away on a cliff where they can see us and he doesn't miss any of his shots. But when this kind of result consistently happens, you start to think, hey, look, what is it other than bad luck that keeps happening to XQG? Jukes, check your mic. Jukes, check your mic.
Looking at the
Oh.
scores, Exam.
Exam!
21 kills. 21 kills. Popping off.
Wow, Exam on top.
Let's go! Let's go! The good old-fashioned mic button needs to be pressed 3 times instead of 1. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, Exam Gaming with the first place. I pressed it. We got to press it multiple times right there. But yeah, Omen Elite in second place. Oh my goodness. You guys talk about the scores.
Dude, you had some good points too. Hey, just to say, you were muted, but Degon and myself heard your points. They were great points. Maybe if you had subtitles on, maybe you would have saw. No, you wouldn't have actually. So yeah, whatever. It was good stuff. So Degon, these scores, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights following up their consistent first 2 days. Day 3 wasn't exactly what the Knights wanted, but they've been hovering around this 4th place spot for a while. We didn't get to follow along Trem, Carreta, Furacao too much, but they're all the way up in 5th in striking distance. And then Cloud9, they just got crashed upon multiple times there that last map. I don't feel too bad about them sitting at 6th right now. I want to see a little bit more out of Tribe, I would say, down at 8th. And CultuBGBG, not on the bottom. It's only been 2 maps now, but a lot of the time we've been finding the Mexican squad not having the greatest performances. So, but Exam Gaming with so many kills and now find themselves on top of the leaderboard, putting them in a great position so far. Like, I like what I'm seeing there, but Omen has such a big head start after game 1.
Right you are, man. Oh, good old-fashioned standings. You gotta love it. Let's check out the rest of the scoreboards here. As you can see, Team number 11, Tempo Storm. That's remember, this is only their first match of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of other squads have played too. This one was, a little tough one right here, but for them to be able to hold out for that long, considering the zone that they got to give it to them. And yeah, Simplicity in 12th, Wildcard Gaming in 13th, and Real Betis in 14th.
And then that's going to be it. That is going to be it. I'm looking forward to Tempo. That was their first game of the evening. They got 3 more games to go. They're looking to get 4 overall leaderboard wins in a row. I mean, that's kind of one of the big stories here heading on into the night's games. And it's going to be a challenge now with their performance after game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. I think, Tempo, I don't doubt their ability to bounce back here. They always find a way to step on up and find success. But, this is a couple games now, and it's not looking so great. Or just good first game, it's not looking so great. If you extrapolate this out 3 more games, you're only going to get yourself 40 points. It's not going to cut it.
Yep. All right, you are right here. Let's talk about how our team of the day performed there after that match. And as you can see here for game number 2, they got some good solid kills on this one.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, game number 1, they had no kills, and I want to say a total of maybe 100 damage throughout the whole entire of the team. So big improvements coming on into this Miramar map for B4 Esports. I mean, it all started with their team fight, or their duo fight against XQ, really. I mean, that was just like a great start to this game for them.
Yeah, that's a way to bounce back. After a tough match number 1 right there. But hey, still got a lot more PUBG Mobile to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully I won't be muted. And yeah, we'll be right back with you after this short break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back getting ready for match number 3. We're cutting the break short because we're jumping right into this one. And as you can see, Sanhok, we already got some people jumping at the plane here, ready to go.
Looking for some fights here. And you know who I'm always going to be concerned with is the good old-fashioned boot camp. Is Tribe in this game, or is this their map to sit out? Well, I already see Loops dropping on over in that boot camp area. Team Queso flying on right above it. We are going to see a next circle go up there to the north. So a lot of these teams that drop down here to the south, E4, XQ, Cream, Team Solid, even Tempo, they're going to need to quickly get their loot and make up their game plan on how they plan on making it on into circle number 1.
These are always just those tough Sanhok zones. When they go north like that, it's just so difficult to get up there because you're going to have all these teams on the south. Basically, they only have so many rotation patterns that they can go through. And this is where we're going to see a lot of teams, I think, get taken out really early because of that.
Looking like Tribe are actually going to be sitting out this map, so looks like Loops will be able to finally get boot camp all to themselves. And see a couple of members from Team Queso, they like to drop just north of this boot camp area. Starting gonna be over there getting some information, do a little bit of scouting or whatnot. So looking like a pretty quiet boot camp, that is, at least for this game here tonight. This is going to be day number 4 of week 1 in season 2. Wrap your head around that one. And then next week, of course, we have another 4 days to round things off of season 2 for the PMPL Americas Scrims.
Yeah, right you are. You know, Loops having an easy boot camp right here with Tribe sitting out of this one. And, you know, if you could remind me here a little bit of which teams are going to be sitting out of this one right here, because I wasn't able to catch it on the plane. But, yeah, if you're Loops right now, this is the dream. This is the dream. Just easy loot, and you have zone. Yeah, you're set.
So sitting out Omen Elite, Tribe, Exam, Mezexis. Those
Big
are
teams.
the 4 teams. Yep.
Big teams right there. So if you're Tempo, right, you got to have a big game right here with Omen Elite sitting out. And it's Sanhok, so I think that's the perfect opportunity for Omen Elite because it's just such a get. Hold on.
Jagger forgetting their floaties at home.
Oh, no.
Maybe, you know, you're not supposed to eat before going swimming, and that might be why.
That's what
you
it
get
was.
a cramp.
You got to wait 30 minutes.
Cramp. Yeah, you got at least 30 minutes. And that's true. That is true. It was on Mythbusters, so it has to be true. So, yeah, they're going to be down. I mean, Knights looking to, you know, continue on with that momentum last game, like we mentioned on the breakdowns. I mean, they had like 12 or 13 kills, something crazy like that. And they weren't really favored with these zones. They had to continually keep on pushing on into them. And just for them to be able to get into a top 5 situation with that many kills is pretty good on its own. But being down a member this early on in game number 3 of the evening will be setting them back just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Not just any member, though. You lost Jagger, and Jagger is just such an incredible fragger here in North America. Russell! Speaking of solid fraggers, you know, the best, I think, fragger for simplicity right there, getting caught out, trying to crawl his way behind a rock. Hopefully one of his teammates are going to be able to get the quick pickup on him because he is really low. Oh,
Axel,
yeah, he's done.
Not wanting to wait. Pushing on up the hill right here, looking to get this thirst. Extremely aggressive from Axel. I mean, they just got a chicken dinner. So they're on the hunt. Irish on the retreat right now. And looks like Simplicity had a 2-2 split going on for this looting phase. And at least one of the duos, you know, being caught off guard by Team Queso.
And he had a great angle on them, but I think he just held that top for way too long and gets caught by Team Queso. But look, same thing seems to have happened for Marco, as a member from Loop seems to catch him in nearly the same location.
Yeah, Loops, I got to give it to him. I mean, loot and boot camp really quickly. And, you know, when they're not contested, they are a really good team of getting in there and getting out right away. And they're already on the push. They're already on the move, on the hunt right here after getting that knock onto Team K. So they will be just running across this open terrain with these little trees for cover. And, you know, the top of the trees blocking the set lines right now between them and Team K. So you need to be cautious, though. I see Cloud9 out there in the distance. We see their name tags. If Loops stumble upon Cloud9, they're going to find themselves in a three-way standoff.
Right, you are. Loops is, pushing up this one really well right now. Team Queso, after that knock, don't want to be looking in that area at all. And unfortunately, they're just finally starting to regroup, but Loops is already here. They're already here and ready to go.
They all got their melee weapons out. They're trying to sneak up here, not make a move, not make a sound.
Oh, the third party!
They're moving like mics right here. And yeah, they're trying to make their way on up there. They had their crowbars, they had their pans, they had their axes. They're ready to chop off some El Chapo up here, but they were caught off guard. Third party, like you mentioned, and they're able to get the revives. They're taking a lot of damage right now, popping out these smokes to block those sight lines, and that's going to be alerting Team Queso. Team Queso on the retreat right now.
Yeah, I wonder what they're thinking in this scenario, because they hear those shots, but I don't think they necessarily know that they're on to Loops. Because Team Queso are so far back. Okay, they see the smoke, so since Loops threw down the smokes, now they know exactly what's happening here. So Marco is just trying to find a really just sneaky position to hopefully catch one of the members from Loops off guard.
I feel like Marco could really make a huge play from their position, but it all comes down to how many shots they can get off first before getting spotted in return. Because Axel, Ayala, they're not really near Marco. So if Marco gets called out over there, that could spell disaster. That grenade will be forcing Loops on into one of these buildings for the time being.
That could have been a really big grenade right there, but look how tight Loops is playing this push. They're practically shoulder to shoulder pushing up, which is, really good when it comes to being able to make plays for your team. But the only time it's scary is grenades. One bad nade and it's over right there. But you can see Team Queso, they're spread out, full snake mode right here, just trying to avoid this fight for Loops, or at least prolong it as long as they can.
Yeah, no helmet on Marco too, so it's gonna leave him kind of exposed in that fight. So really, if you're Marco, your job right now, toss out these grenades, get some knocks, do everything in your power to kind of offset it, because Mystic is already down and out, sent back to the lobby. So it's a 4v3, and Team Queso, they're kind of split right now. Like you said, Loops, they're moving together awfully close to each other, super tight. But the one counter to that will be a grenade.
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh my gosh!
Oh, one nade.
Loops, I'm sorry. Loops, I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, the caster's curse.
It was like a golf match, all quiet, all calm, and then one. We haven't seen that yet in the scrims. We have not seen a squad wipe with one grenade yet here. That was magical. That's like a unicorn. You don't see it every day.
Oh my goodness, right there. That is just devastating. When it comes to those kind of plays, I just would pay money to hear the comms in those situations. Like, I just want, like, from both sides. Because, from one side, it's like, oh my gosh, freaking out. And then the other one, it's just, most likely, just dead silence. Just dead, oh. And then you got to go through all the stages of grief, like acceptance, everything. Oh, just what a crazy play right there.
You pour one out for the homies after that one. That's for sure, man. Ooh. That is for sure. Now look at the snakes out here just slithering up all this loot. Look at all this loot they got all spread out here. I mean, you got options. You got snipers. You got helmets. You got everything. You got all the ammo you can ask for, all the meds. So, my goodness, what a grenade. Oh, no. It happens. It happens to the best of us.
Oh, man. Just crazy fight right there. It's...
What would you even call that a fight, though? I mean,
a crazy, vicious fighting grenade right there from Team Queso. And, yeah, Loops. Such a solid squad as well. That's the part that even makes it even more interesting. Loops, they can definitely make it happen if they get the opportunity, but that opportunity was shut down real quick from just one grenade.
Dude, that grenade was cooked so well. I mean, it landed and just blew up. All four of them. They didn't even have time to react. No time to react. That was just beautiful. That was true artwork. You love to see it.
Put it in the highlight reel. Put it in the highlight reel for sure. That one's. I'm gonna see that one on Twitter later on today. But yeah, look at this. You can see
On the team
Ace
comp.
7 in it.
Yeah, they're gonna be in it. So Ace, you know, kind of getting some nice little shots on Alpha 7. Alpha 7 finally find themselves a nice little position within the zone, but when they made that stop, you know, already going to be exposed out there to the elements. We see Tempo on the move in the back skirts as well, looking to reposition on this one.
Yeah, you know, just trying to find a better location. You know, Wild right here is in a really good position to be able to get some really solid sight lines. Oh, switches to the 3x, so he does have a scope right there. Good solid switch. UTR team of the day, GRUNTo Esports. They had a great game last game, and I think they're looking to continue that trend here, just trying to find a good position here in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, just play it out. You know, Sanhok is always kind of crazy, especially with the amount of teams like that are usually alive within the end circles. And you know, the past couple nights when it comes to Sanhok, we've been seeing how Meds have been playing a crucial role in teams positioning. I mean, last night, Pyra able to, you know, start the heal off in 12th place on the overall leader for the overall, and managing, I think, to get 4th, you know, at the end of the night. So huge, you know, opportunity for a lot of teams to get really good placement points if they know how to heal. So hopefully these teams have that in the back of their mind when it comes to the Sanhok map, and they're picking up all the first aids they find.
You're right. I think it's a must at this point. The way how vicious this blue zone is right here. Something else that's vicious is a friendly Molotov right there. You know, one of the members from Tempo getting taken out from his other Tempo member, HH24. But yeah, you know, like heal strats just so overpowered here in Sanhok.
Yeah, and we used to think Vikendi was like the place, you know, the place to see these heal offs. But I definitely feel like the impacts of the heal offs are felt a lot more here on Sanhok, because we get these circle 6 and 7. You know, next thing you know, everyone's outside the zone, and then they underestimate the zone, the blue zone. Like you said at the beginning of the day in the pre-show, blue zone, team blue zone. I mean, that is one squad that I would want to be on here when it comes to Sanhok, because they're gonna have the most kill points here within the PMPL Scrims.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And I think that it's interesting because when it comes to Sanhok, it's like the mid-game blue zones are just so, like the mid-game med strat is so OP, because if you're able to just heal up enough in just a few seconds when it comes to that 6th zone, the end of the 6th, like you'll see 6 or 7 squads die almost at the same time. It's insane. And then at Vikendi, we just see heal strats in the end game just due to how much cover there is right there. So it's really interesting when you really think about it, how just that slight difference in dynamic can mean just a totally different play style in different maps.
Look at the new circle. We got CultuBGBG, we got Tempo, we got Team Carreta, we got Wildcard. Right smack in the middle of this new circle. Ace still on their approach here, still trying to find their way on the Sanhok map. Pedro from B4 will be spotting one of these members from Ace trying to make the push, and Pedro immediately getting the thirst, and that's gonna push Ace back. You know, Ace were maybe attempting to, you know, breach these compounds, only sending a scout up there, finding out the hard way that this is gonna be occupied.
Just like that, you lost a member from you know, from trying to get some more information. You hate to see it. Better than losing your whole squad, of course, you know, from just them full sending it. But at the same time, it's just it's a tough one. It's a tough one to lose. And B4 Pedro, this guy on this team can hit some serious shots, both up close and from down range. So I think that's probably the worst player from B4 that member from Ace could have walked up on. But hey, what could he do, you know?
Especially today. I mean, Pedro has really been on the ball here today. We're seeing a lot of plays coming out from that individual player. So we saw a circle, though, real quick. You know, the hot tip from Hot Jukes. Would you rather have your team on the coast up there to the north or to the south?
I
right?
would, yeah. So personally, I would like to have the spot wherever the next zone goes. That's where I would want to be, you know? So as long as the next zone lands exactly where I'm at, I'm happy. You know, I just think right now, when it comes to this late in Sanhok, any hard shift is devastating. You just do not want to be outside of zone. So as long as the zone lands on you, you're good. But regardless, if it doesn't, you're going to have some trouble getting into this one, because only like 30 seconds. You don't have hardly any time. You just have to start running instantly.
Yeah, and we're about almost, 16 minutes, between 15 and 16 minutes on into this game. We got 14 squads still alive right now. So like you said, it all comes down to these hardships, and you already know we're going to get them. We're going to get the hardships. It is guaranteed. That's Sanhok in a nutshell.
100%. That's like practically the definition here of Sanhok, just trying to stay in the zone, because like you're going to see right here, as it's about to click, just keep an eye on the clock, and you'll see how much time left these squads have. And they're fighting right now. Yeah, 53 seconds. Boom. The time is starting now, and all these squads have to start running immediately because we're about to hit zone 5.
Yeah, and it pops. So if you are Simplicity, you got 3 up. You're on the west side of this circle. You're not in it. You are not in it. You got to start running and hoping and praying that you have a safe travel on into the zone. And it looks like they're going to actually be running right on into the Knights. I saw right behind them. XQ Gaming going to be on the outskirts as well. So, I mean, 14 teams here. We're probably going to lose at least 5.
Well, when it comes to Simplicity, and this is just in my opinion, yeah, you shouldn't be worried about gatekeeping right now. The only thing you should be focused on is just getting into zone. So just press as hard as you can. This zone, it's going to hurt so bad, and you do not want to die out early just to blue zone.
And it's only Irish now. Irish is the only member that is actually still up. The other 2 squad mates on Simplicity are going to be bleeding on out. They are not within the new zone, like you mentioned. And we're going to be popping back on over here to the southern part of the circle. Team Carreta. They got Axel from Team Queso right on in their sight lines. Axel, the last member alive for Team Queso in this Sanhok map. They were able to get the chicken dinner on Miramar. 14 teams remaining here. It's going to be a challenge if they want to continue to survive, especially in the crosshairs of the enemies.
V2K trying to catch some toes there from Axel. He's hiding really still behind this rock, and that's exactly, I think, what he has to do in this zone. And I think that is the last member for Simplicity, if I believe the kill feed. But this kill feed is going all over the place. Yeah, that's it right there for Simplicity going out. XQ able to get a little bit further and closer to the zone because of that. And yeah, big break for them.
Yeah, XQ going to be running right on the shorelines and right on into the hands of Call2. You got 4 up from Call2. They're going to be looking right down there, taking shots, easy shots on the XQ. Over here, B4, still the full team alive, but we got Mick on the coast, pretty much alone here, holding it down. Proza going for that swim. Breezy trying to heal on up, but like we mentioned, this blue zone is going to hurt. Breezy hopefully could make it on out of their tough position. Maybe Proza can surprise Mick, catch him off guard, but they need to get on to the shore. Oh my goodness, Mick not even going to spot out that swimmer. Definitely hearing something. Yep, going to be hearing something right now. Looking down there, they're like, what did I just hear? Is someone down there? Mick will be spotting out that swimmer. Scuba Steve is down.
Oh man, he's like, there's a shark in these waters. He heard that little flap and was able to catch that member from Team Solid. So unable to sneak on by. You got this last member just trying to heal up the best he possibly can here. But he may catch a break, as it looks like B4 is going to be heading into zone. But look at them. They're just constantly looking back right there, waiting for him to run from the blue zone.
Yeah, and Reezy's not far from at least the safe area without taking damage. But the thing is, they're going to be exposed. And like you said, maybe B4, they'll prioritize his zone over that 1 point. Of course, you can, get a lot more points for surviving here, especially on standoff, compared to that 1 from Reezy. So Reezy might luck out for the time being. Hopefully they have a lot of meds to continue healing on up. Talk about teams trying to heal on up. Ace,
look at this,
gonna be popping some meds and making that push across that open road. They got a couple of members from Cream waiting for that play.
They're on the larger side as well, so that blue zone's going to be closing fast. And yeah, we're in zone 5 right here, a zone that you do not want to get stuck in. So they're trying to make every move they can to be able to get at least into some kind of safe spot. You can see as soon as they did, they just hit the deck immediately. But get caught.
Yep, they're prone. Couple members off guard from Ace. But they also need to be extremely cautious because every time they pop up, they're going to be exposing themselves down there to the east. And Nunez just lucking out. Yeah, 2 members from Cream. They were looking to take out Nunez, but Nunez able to sneak their way on into at least the safe area for the time being, and not going to catch any luck because they are not in the next zone as well, but at least they'll be able to get a couple points. Maybe even a revive on Paralyze.
Oh, yeah. You know, you saw Rezi right now. He just died to the blue zone. He had to use the heal strat, and he was able to get to at least 7th place, utilizing it right there. So, you know, good solid finish, I guess, considering the zone that you had. Tempo, though, they're dead center of this one right here with looks to seem like 3 members up. And our team of the day also in the middle, full squad, ready to go.
Yeah, we got Tempo. We got 3 up from Tempo. We got CultuBGBG. We got B4 over here. Pedro will be tossing a nice little grenade right on top to Lux, but Lux able to dodge that one, you know, duck behind a wall and get some much needed cover. All 3 of these teams are going to be within this new circle on the outskirts, trying to make their way on, and still that duo from Ace. And here they are. They're going to be making the push, and they're going to be safe for the time being. I mean, we're coming down to it. Close combat quarters. It's going to be crazy.
Oh, yeah. You know, this is the tough one. I think that you definitely got to be thinking of the heal strat at some point with this zone, because it is not an easy one. There's just so much coverage, and everyone's going to be just holding out. And look at the zone as it does a solid hard shift right to the corner right here. Big break right here for, looks like, I believe, Cream. And, yeah, they're set up. I'm sorry, CultuBGBG. So they are set up really well for the zone.
Yeah, CultuBG set up, and then over there, maybe even Tempo. Tempo are going to be within it, at least have some type of cover. But the teams that need to now make the push, B4, yes, they have a whole squad. Levi will be connected on, will be bleeding on out. Can they get the revive in time before the blue zone starts to push them, before the blue zone starts to inflict so much damage? Maxon gonna be tossing a nice little grenade up there. We'll be, you know, touching HH, making them heal on up. Maxon, though, pushing on in with B4. Here comes the squad.
Look at that.
Here comes SWAT Team 6 over here. We got Pedro down there on the first story. Gonna be getting shot in return with that jump shot from Rain. And Six gonna be waiting in the corner, taking down Tensa. Tensa looking to provide the support to HH24 over here. Here comes Cultu in the kill feed as well, fighting. Seems to be the last member of Cream, but the big fight right now, D4 versus Tempo Storm.
Was that? Oh, he actually hit that right there. On Pedro's down. It's right now 2v3 right now if they're able to pick him up. And it looks like right now they're just opting to just get away from this. Just try and rotate into this next zone. And it looks like B4 is just, they're content with resetting. But, oh,
there goes Spec. Spec spotted by Cultu,
and Rain out too.
Rain. Yep. So that's huge. I mean, Tempo, you know, prioritizing the zone, getting on the outskirts of that building, and pretty much setting up camp to, you know, wait for the push from B4, because B4, they have to push out of the compound. But the third party here from Fran, we see on that ledge, on that roof, Pedro will be throwing some grenades out there. We'll be connecting one on to Lux. Lux was behind that cover, but a grenade just too strong. And here comes some grenades right on in the funnel, where B4 are most likely going to push on through that broken wall. But Pedro coming out with the 200 IQ plays, will be going through the blue zone, taking a little bit of damage, going for that jump shot onto Fran. Fran on the outskirts of the wall. Maxon will be spotted, will be chunking down, taking down and out. Pedro extremely low here. Now it's just up to Mick from B4. It's a 2v1. Fran, complete HP. It is looking like a heal off right now. And they can't get it in time. Cultu, I mean, pushing on out of that town, pushing on out of that city, you know, on the outskirts of the wall. They were looking so well. You know, they said, listen, we're not going to stay in the town. We're not going to take that risk. We're going to go on the outskirts and just let you guys fight it out. I mean, obviously, the B4 tempo kind of allowed them to push out for free. But regardless, I mean, to have that hindsight was really nice from Cultu.
Yeah, you know, they got blessed with the zone in that situation. I think that did them a lot of favors right there. You know, it kind of forced Tempo and B4 to fight it out, and they were able to just kind of clean up afterwards. And great, solid first place finish for them. You know, I'm glad to see CultuBGBG end up on top here with a good solid 12 kills as well. So it's not like they were just gifted that one. I mean, they had to work for it, because getting a finish with 12 kills, that's a solid performance regardless of any situation. So great game so far.
Great game. Then we got Tempo, third place, couple kills. You know, definitely an improvement from their game number 1, and they will have 2 more games to go. So I'm looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it as well. Let's go ahead and move over to our analyst, Degon, so he can kind of give us some play-by-play action of what happened here in this Sanhok match.
Yeah, I think this was a little bit more circle-based. I think there was a lot of fighting, but there wasn't a lot of necessarily like strategy. I think that went into it. There's a lot of like, hey, circle's moving us over here. Okay, we got to go this way. All right, we're running into a team. Okay, we're in a gunfight. So there's been a lot of that. So I think this is we just got to take a look globally at this play heard around the world.
Yeah, I think you just defined Sanhok in general right there. Oh, Zol did it this way. That's where we're going. So can't wait to see your play-by-play. Let's get to it right now.
All right. Well, one thing that this match will be remembered for is the big play by Axel. And you know what? We'll just let the play speak for itself. And we can start with our friends that we've been following along with the whole time, Jukes and Dave. They had themselves a great call. And I think, Dave, you said something really great right before the action broke down, which was Loops are clearing out the building arm in arm, shoulder and shoulder. Let's take a peek at and a listen in on how it went down.
Down and out, you know, sent back to the lobby. So it's a 4v3. And Team Queso, they're kind of split right now. Like you said, Loops, they're moving together, awfully close to each other. Super tight, but the one counter to that will be a grenade!
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh my gosh!
Yeah, so appropriate reaction here, but remember, we're not alone here. This is PUBG Mobile is a global league. We have friends all across the world watching it, so we broadcast in multiple different languages. So let's take a listen to the team that to the broadcast team of the region that worked out for. Let's take a listen in Spanish.
Van de lo que va a pasar modo tanque, pareciera que está aplicando Loops eSport, porque fíjate que van de a 3. Van de a 3 chocando y viene el cuarto ahí por detrás. Granada que va a tirar Access y la conecta bien por ello. Vamos a ver qué lo que va a hacer esa granada. ¡No! ¡Impresionante! ¡Una sola granada! ¡Una locura! El modo tanque de Loops eSport que se fue de una locura. La jugada de Team Queso.
All right, and then one more, because Queso, obviously Argentinian team, part of the Latin American region, mostly speaks Spanish. And now the unlucky version of it, the Portuguese version. Loops, one of the best teams in Brazil. Let's hear the Portuguese broadcast on how things broke down.
Se vitória, assim, primeiro lugar, é mais assim, sair do começo da queda quando tem a Tribe Gaming na jogada, mas tá lá, ó a treta.
Olha o Axel, lançou HE, pode ser fatal, meu amigo!
Não.
O que foi essa HE?
Meu Deus.
Não é possível! Deixa eu ver se eu clipei, eu tenho que ter certeza que eu clipei isso. Meu amigo.
Denial, disbelief. What just happened? This is one of those moments, again, where you just have to sit and bask in how amazing it was, because it doesn't happen often. And the fact that it happened between two the Latin American teams that speak different languages, that feel represented by two different broadcasts, was amazing, because you could hear how glorious it was for, I guess, both the English and the Spanish broadcasts. It's just the absolute pit in the stomach for the Portuguese and the Brazilian fans following Loops. And Loops, again, representative of the way that Brazil likes to play, aggressive, gunfighting, winning these things. And that's exactly what Loops were doing there. Shoulder and shoulder, you step to us, we'll blow you up. And Axial just saying, then I just won't step to you, I'll just blow you up. And one of the most amazing moments I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile. And the fact that we got to see it all across different borders and different languages with different reactions was super great. So we hope that you guys at home enjoyed that play And make sure, remember, it's a global game here. So, you know, there were a lot of other moments of breakdown, but that was probably the coolest, my favorite moment in all of Scrims so far.
Man, that's going to be a tough one to beat right there. Oh, that contrast. Oh, that's the worst feeling ever when you just see your team just get demolished from a just crazy play like that. Oh, man, it was great to see all those different reactions for sure.
Yeah, and if you are Loops, you know, having to rewatch it 4 other times.
Oh man, you know, tough break, but what a play. I mean, it speaks for itself. Nothing more you can really say about that. But this is what you guys come to see. So if you haven't hit the follow button or hit the subscribe button, what are you doing? Because you can't pay for this kind of PUBG Mobile action here. So guys, thank you guys so much for watching it. Let's just go over to the scores and see how it's mixed up after that insane Sanhok match. And as you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, we have none other than Enxame Gaming leading the board right now, coming up on top. Great to see that kind of movement. Man, this board moved all over the place.
Shake and bake over here. Enxame first place, 21 kills so far here tonight. Right behind him, CultuBGBG, 16 kills altogether. Omen Elite, 14 kills in that third place position. Team Queso, have a chicken dinner here tonight, 14 kills altogether. B4, that's our highlighted team here. They're doing good. They're doing really good here tonight. Yeah,
you know, a solid comeback from them. And if you look at the scores right now, Omen Elite, Team Queso, and B4 all tied. They're all tied, 3, 4, and 5th right now. So, I mean, they each have one match left to play. I believe B4 hasn't sat out just yet. But, I mean, man, it's anyone's. It looks like anybody could take this one today.
Yeah, definitely. Anyone. I mean, the next group to sit out will be Group A. So, Loops, Simplicity, the Knights, and Team Solid. So, those 4 teams will have a little breather when it comes to our Vikendi. And then we'll show back up here in the final map of the evening on Erangel.
100% looking forward to it. Vikendi's up next, and I can't wait to see that. But first, let's talk about the rest of the leaderboards. And as you can see here in spot number 11, we have Cream Real Betis. In 12, we have Wildcard Gaming. 13th, Tribe Gaming. And 14th, we have Alpha 7 GG.
Looking good. Looking forward to it. I mean, we got 2 more games here this evening. Vikendi, but we have a heal off. And then Erangel to wrap things off for the first week of season number 2.
I'm pumped. Can't wait to see it. But, you know, let's talk about how our team of the day did here in match number 3. That's B4 Esports. Mix 0 with a solid 3 kills. Maxon with 1 and Pedro with 1. But 464 damage. You know, making it happen right there. Good performance from B4. And that's going to be it so far for match number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We will catch you right after this break with Vikendi.
Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via Quick Draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now.
All right, everybody, we're back here for match number 4. Vikendi.
Yes, that is right.
Oh, yeah, we're getting it going. It looks like here. Sorry.
Here's the M4.
Oh yeah, having we got some
Beautiful weapon.
Yes, M4. We got some, interesting things coming up here on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, the game is just about to get started, and of course, I'm looking forward to it.
Wow.
But,
I mean, the last game, I don't even know what happened besides the grenade. What has happened today here so far besides that one grenade? I mean, that's
the highlight reel right there. I'm almost
Yeah.
like you don't see that very often. To be able to see a play like that was just huge. But one thing is, real quick, let's go over what teams are going to be sitting out here for match number 4 here in this, because the scoreboard's all over the place. It could be pretty much almost anybody, I think, at this point,
Yeah, so Group A, Loops, Simplicity, the Knights, Team Cell, they are going to be sitting out. Now, the teams that I am always concerned with who sits out is the squad that sits out the last game, because
That's right.
this is going to be their last game of the evening. And that's going to be Group E. So it's going to be Ace, that's going to be Cloud9, it's going to be Cream, and B4. So B4, that's our team that we've been kind of following alongside here tonight, and they've been doing pretty good. I think currently they're like in 5th or 6th place on the overall leaderboards. So this is going to be a huge game for them. They need to get at least a chicken dinner to be in that top 3, right? To be in that top 3 and be somewhat safe going into the last match of the night that they're not playing in.
Right, you are. Let's go ahead and go back really quickly here. Let's check out the leaderboards before we get started, and you can see B4 is they're one of the teams that are tied all over the place. So this is the last game. Last game, they have to have a big one right here if they even plan on finishing in the top 3, because look at the squads that are up above them, and surrounding them as well. These are all serious teams. Tempo, they still have 2 more games to go. A lot of big names. So it's anyone's game at this point. So guys, thank you so much for being patient, as we're getting looks like we have a little bit of a remake going on right here in this Vikendi match. And
remixed.
That's right. Here we go into this Vikendi. It looks to be loading up now, though. And yeah, looks
How
like
you been doing?
Looks like we're
How you
back
been
and ready
doing?
to go. Me, myself, I'm doing
Yeah.
good. I'm doing good,
Anyone
man.
ask you that today?
Hey,
How is Hot Jukes today?
Dude, Hot Jukes is doing phenomenal, man. Just being able the chance to cast these kind of scrims is it's just really been a blessing. I love doing this, and all I'm trying to do is give those highlight reel cast moments for these players. I've been a player here in the past, and I remember in certain situations when I made certain plays or what my team did, and I don't think that we really got our credit in certain spots. Or maybe we missed maybe they kind of like misjudged how that play went. So all I'm trying to do is be able to at least give that back to a lot of these NA players here.
What a nice guy. A tear just shed from my eye right there, man. You touched my heart right there on that one. So let's get it. Let's get in it. We are heading on into Vikendi, the final Vikendi of the week here. After this game and next game, we would have played 20 games this week so far, and we'll have another 20 games next week to end things off for the scrims. A total of 80 games altogether of non-stop scrimmages.
And I love it. I love being able to see this kind of play. And I can't tell you what, I much enjoy, being able to cast these scrims and playing in these, because I'll tell you, these players, they've gotten so good over these past few months. These squads are on point. They hit some insane shots, the pre-fires, everything. They're playing at the highest level of competition right now, and I just want NA to be able to, dominate in full force. So when it comes to the times where they start playing, the rest of the world, these Asian teams, a lot of these other squads, they're gonna come with some serious heat. So I'm glad that these scrims are going on here to help everybody get prepared for that.
Everybody is getting prepared, and it seems as if the players are currently getting prepared themselves for this game. Looks like the plane The bird is in the sky, is in the air. The wheels lifted off the tarmac, and we're ready to see some teams will be dropping on out. XQ Gaming going to be one of those first teams to pull their chutes out of the cargo hold door.
Here they go. Here they go. You know, the trying to get that quick drop down south. Try to loot up really fast, and it's so crazy. You know, it's so interesting to see when you get these kind of plane paths. The zone, especially in Vikendi, usually drops pretty early, and it's always funny to see a squad that has an idea of where they're going. But then the second the zone shifts like this, you're gonna start seeing some adjustments being made. You can see already like Cream and C9 just trying to go all the way to the end of the map right here. Yeah, so with this zone, all of these squads that landed here, they're going to be really, really set up for this match.
Yeah, I would even say Alpha 7 down there in the south. They can get some loot and pretty much just hang in the south on the edge, and they might get lucky. They might be able to get a nice little roadblock going on and maybe get some shots onto some teams making rotates on that southern road. I mean, we got XQ down there. We got CultuBGBG. We got Ace and Winery. So there's definitely a lot of areas where we might have some bottlenecks where teams will get shot on their rotates. And looking around real quick, Cloud9. Cloud9. Now, this is their last game. This is their last game of the evening. They will not be playing in the next map of Erangel.
Yeah, you know, Cloud9 having you know, some rough games these past couple of days here. So at the end of the day, you know, this is by far considered one of the top North American teams. It's funny because we saw them struggle at the early of season 1, and then in season 2 they just came out banging, you know, getting 2 first place finishes. So maybe they're, you know, kind of having the same trend here going into season 2.
I mean, they're giving other teams opportunity to get some money. You know, they're just being nice, honestly. All they got to do is just, you know, flip the switch and, you know, there it is. It's a G. You know, C9, they're going to be getting all the chickens, all the glories, riding in all the fancy cars, wearing all the best clothes. I mean, we see right there Uneven, the beautiful scarf, you know, the striped shirt, the blue on white.
That's right.
Just looking like a champ.
Spread the wealth. You know, spread the wealth. You get that Cloud9 money. Let the players, you know, get a chance to win some of this PMPL Scrims money. But even then, they still took 2 of the dinners. They're like, all right, you know what? That's time for us to get our cut here at the end. And oh, look at that! Look at that! Ooh. Look at that jump from Bale. That ledge grab with style right there.
And not only that, they're gonna be on top of, I believe that's Darius right underneath them, and you better bet Darius is going to be freaking out right now. They're like, there's somebody on my roof. Not exactly sure how they got on my roof, but it ain't Santa Claus.
You know, you're going to see, like, if one of the players from Mezexis spot it, you'll be like, oh my God, is that Batman? You know, just hanging up on top right there with the Overwatch, just trying to find some things. He does find him. Look at that. Bayo with the high IQ rotation right there. What a way to get.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Like, I've spoken to Beowulf in person, and it kind of sounds like Batman. You know, it kind of sounds like Batman. You know, the deep voice like, hey, I'm going to get you. And that's what they did. That's what they did. So let's see. Darius right there, currently pinned down. Nowhere to go. We see Cloud9 all making the push right now. Cloud9, that's when they have you in their grasp. They make sure not to let go and so they get what they want. And we got 3 members right now pushing every single room, one at a time. They're looking for him. Darius.
Oh! That was a weird situation right there. I don't know if he was stuck or he kind of got caught there in that little spot. But yeah, full Cloud9 team. Even if he was ready to go, there's not much you can do in that situation.
I just think Darius just threw in the white towel, you know, just gave up at that point because, you know, it's a 1v4. I mean, of course, we've seen those. Oh, talk about some.
Oh my
gosh. What just happened? Is that Omen?
That's Omen out.
What did we just pull up on? Omen just got annihilated by Ace. The kill feed still catching up with what just happened. What did we see?
I think Omen just got the good old-fashioned Control-Alt-Delete right there. I'm not sure we did miss it, you know, but that was the Omen before he started.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So that happened.
That was their last
will be
match,
playing
right?
next map.
Oh, they'll play. Oh, they'll
What?
play.
No, Omen
Okay.
will be. Omen will be.
Perfect.
So,
Perfect.
yeah, they'll definitely have the opportunity to clap back on Ace. I guess you can. No, they won't because Ace are sitting out the next match. So yeah, Ace. This is their last match. You know, Ace. I want to say probably the only. No, it was B4. B4 kind of Ace. You know, Ace. I think are in ninth place. So Ace definitely trying to get as many points as possible. For Mezexis ESports, you can't catch a break. Ever since Darius got you know, hunted down by Cloud9, they're just kind of all scattered right now. Maybe looking for a safe spot to call home. They can't catch a break. There goes Cream getting a point over to them.
You know, they're just kind of running and spreading out the last two members there, and just, yeah, you know, you got one member who's like, all right, this little lot of safe. They got a full squad of Cream, Real Betis just coming around their corner. Not much you can do there.
They can't catch a break. Yeah,
Yeah,
unlucky
it's
game.
tough.
I mean, they dropped near Cloud9, and Cloud9, they're really good at dropping quick, getting in, and then getting out. You know, taking the fight right away. And that's kind of one of their strong suits there. And you know what? Mezexis ESports find out firsthand. Tempo Storm, they got this game, they got next game. Last game, they did a little better compared to their first game this evening. Game number 2, I believe they only got like 2 kills altogether last game, a couple more, and you know what, 2 more games to go. They're looking to break some records here. They are looking to get 4 overall wins back to back to back to back. All that money and all that glory. They can do it.
Can they do it? I mean, I'm interested to see right here. You know what? I think they get a little bit of deja vu right here. I think we've seen B4 and Tempo in this exact same fight in a previous Vikendi. I know for sure. This has definitely happened before. So I think Mixera, since he was able to get the first spot, he's going to have a pretty good idea of what's going on for this fight.
Yeah, and especially after the last game, like, I 100% put my trust in Mick to be able to hold that off angle. And pulling up on the tail end of this one, XQ looked to be trying to get the push onto Cream. Cream with the defend right here. 2 members make that 3 members down from Cream. Starlight with 1 HP trying to get the flushes, trying to get the confirms, not able to do that. But Sheepman coming up from behind with the backstab, with the surprise play, able to take Cream down and out. And XQ, they should be able to get the revives right now on HZL and Starlight. 4 kills so far. Definitely a huge improvement compared to the team fight we saw in that Miramar match here tonight.
XQ Gaming with the comeback right there. Really good, solid finish for them to get that squad wipe nice and early. Also, you know, not avoiding a third party. But yeah, being able to get all those teammates right back up can be huge for them. But look at this.
GRUNTo and GRUNTo and Ace. GRUNTo and Ace. So 1 member from GRUNTo already going to be caught off guard. It looks like Lucas trying to go for the revive, but it was 100% a bait. 2 members down so far for GRUNTo. Ran over there. Going to be going for a little bit of that pre-fire. One thing to note, this was, and the keyword was, a 4v2. It started out as a 4v2.
Trying to get the pre-fire, and look at that, ran through the smoke, hitting a big shot right there. It's just paralyzed, all on his own. He's got to make a crazy play if he's going to try to get that second member up, but it looks like he's going to get flushed really quickly right here if he's not careful.
Yeah, paralyzed, taking those shots from up there on top of the roof will be allowing Bucky to know where they are, and Bucky recognizing the Zemo. That might have been the backup plan for Paralyzed to get on out of here. You saw Bucky take a couple shots at that Zemo, maybe even pop some tires to put a halt to that plan. And like Paralyzed trying to get the wrapper around on the wall. Will be connecting onto 1 with a G36. Almost able to get Bucky, but Bucky, the jump shot, the Uzi, just too strong right there.
Yeah, Uzi, I think that's just like that's the hip fire king of PUBG Mobile right now. By far an up-close range favorite from all these pro players right there. And you can just see it. It's just dominates when it comes to close range fights.
You say that now, but wait till the P90's a world spawn. Wait till the P90's a world spawn, man. It's gonna change.
New meta?
It's gonna change a lot. I'm telling you. So
Can't wait to
looking
see it.
forward to that day to happen. B4. Now they got 2. Mick has some support. They got a little 2-2 going on right now. Keeping tabs on Tempo. Keeping tabs on everybody pretty much that they can. Going to be within the circle for the time being. we're only in the first couple circles. Is circle number 2. So I mean, we've been seeing a lot of engagements here. Not the what we're used to here on Vikendi. What, we have like 3 teams already out.
Yeah, I think it's just the result of this first zone, this hard shift down south. When you get all these teams just trying to creep in and trying to find a spot, you're bound to have at least 2 drive by each other in one scenario, and I think that's exactly what we saw a little earlier.
Exam we saw right in the middle. Team Carreta find themselves some more compounds to hold off for the time being, get some loot. VSS on the playing field, and I love the parking job. Okay, so they got two Dacias in here. Oh, and a Zima. Is that Zima within cover as well? I mean, they are setting up. They are looking really good right now for mid to late game. They got all the checks on their grocery list, and they're checking it off here. They got the scopes, they got the vehicles. I would like to see a little more meds. That's my concern. No first aids right now. They could definitely use with more meds.
Oh yeah, especially in Vikendi. You want to be having those at the ready just in case a heal strat has to get employed. But I think I saw some players with the Bison earlier right there. We starting to see that take off in the past few days. I think Alucard started it off with like 8 kills with a 6x Bison. And yeah, speaking of Alucard, here he is right here. The rest of the tribe, they seem to be holding this complex down to themselves.
Yeah, a lot of teams just holding it down for the time being. I mean, we're only almost about 12 minutes on into this map. We got 13 squads all together. A couple teams maybe, looking to push up slowly over here. And one of these teams will be Cloud9. I believe they knocked down one member we saw in the kill feed from CultuBGBG, and that's why we see the push now. And it looks like CultuBGBG, they got 2 members up. They're trying to retreat. They are aware of a push coming out from Cloud9. Cloud9 currently with 3 kills so far. Beowulf will be spotting out the Dacia, taking some shots, landing some shots, getting nice damage. Ran, able to just get out of there in time.
Ooh, that's so funny. That's something that if you are stuck in with one other member, so you have 2 people just driving away. If you're a passenger, all you should be doing is just switching seats like crazy. I think that's something that if a player is not doing that right now, that's the strat. I'll tell you that, because you're just trying to move your hit markers and maybe you avoid getting that laser spray. So yes, if you're in the passenger seat, switch seats, switch to the back side, switch to the rear, just switch like crazy to hopefully avoid those bullets.
Interesting little tactic right there. Never really thought about it like that, but I'll definitely have to use it. Next circle, we see pretty centralized. A lot of teams, they're not going to have to move, if any teams. I mean, Wildcard, they're in Villa. That's actually still in play as well. So why would a team move right now?
That's the dream. That's the dream right there. If your landing spot, the circle just keeps going to there. Oh, yeah, you're set up really pretty. And Wildcard, with this zone being here for so long, they have the knowledge of knowing that, all right, all the best spots inside circle, they're already taken. So I think we just kind of wait right here, wait for the next zone, and then try to position ourselves, maybe do a wraparound. They like to do that little wraparound strat in that scenario, and just find some spot just to get in and then play according to where the zone takes you.
Yeah, Wildcard. That's a team. Season 1, they were consistent with getting pretty good finishes. A lot of kills. But I feel like that's a squad that their results are really dependent on if they get zone or not, right? Like we keep seeing them not favored with these circles, and they keep getting caught off on their rotates. Like when they have zone, it's almost guaranteed they win the game, right? They play it so well, but then when they don't have the circles, like that's something that they should be working on. And I believe that's what they have been working on this week, and hopefully, this week, next week, we got only a couple more, matches here for the scrims, but we'll see some better results from that team.
That's really interesting because at the start of the week, right, they seemed to be one of the best squads to be able to get in when they didn't get zoned. Because at the beginning, they were able to kind of push in just as a full team. I remember the Team Queso Miramar match. They were pushed like crazy and are always getting top finishes. And then, as we've seen progressing later on, starting to see, like you mentioned, just a little bit of difficulty when it comes to that, you know. But Wildcard, they got some surprise, fraggers. If they do get zoned, oh yeah, they're gonna hold it down. and take care of business no matter what. But yeah, it just seems like in these past few days, they seem to be struggling, trying to make it happen out of zone.
Yeah, not sure if something changed within their team exactly. I feel more or less it's the other teams starting to realize the tactics that their opponents use more or less, and a lot of counters are coming into play. You know, a lot of people you can see they're developing with the meta. You know, they're not just staying the same they were in day number 1 here of the scrims. Like a lot of these teams are definitely learning the play styles of their opponents, and it's starting to show. It is starting to show.
And I'll tell you, there's one factor here that's a lot of people don't talk about, I don't think. And it really is a big one. And that is nerfs. You know, nerfs can come into play big time. When you start a brand new tournament like this with this much money on the line, and especially if your team who doesn't have a lot of experience with this kind of pressure, it can get tough. You know, it can get tough for certain players to be able to hit shots and perform like they normally do. Maybe they make a little bit of decisions off, or their hands are a little shaky. If you're playing gyroscope on mobile, having any kind of, you know, nerves or shaky hands could be devastating for your overall shooting results. So I think that now we're going into, you know, season 2, day number 4 now. The nerves have got to be gone by now. You know, by now you've played enough matches to where that's starting to subside. And I think that with that subsiding, you're going to start seeing teams play a lot smarter, a lot more aggressively in certain situations, and willing to play like the way they normally do in other situations.
Yeah, and look where we are now. You know, wild card not favored on the rotate. So let's see. I mean, this is kind of where we started our little discussion at, and we'll have to pay attention to see if they'll be able to manage to make it within the safety of this new circle.
Man, that's what's so interesting. You know, when it comes to these kind of rotations from the outside in. You know, one of the big differences from PC and mobile is that in mobile, render distance is only so far. You know, so players are only going to render in around that 400-meter mark. And because of that, you're not really able to do as good reconnaissance as you can, because being only able to see that far, you can see cars further. That helps you out, you know. But from being able to spot players, you're only able to see them so far, so you can only go so close up in certain situations. And I think that's a really big different dynamic from at least those two gameplay styles.
We see Wildcard going to be making their way on into Dyna Park. They were pretty much the only team that had to rotate with this new circle. Everybody else, they could just straight up chill. They could just chill. And that is exactly what pretty much everybody's doing. Alicard King A, not even moving a muscle, not even flinching right now.
The definition of big chilling, right? Yeah, they are just big chilling, not having to worry about everything. And this is what I really want to see this fight for Tribe, because we've seen Tribe early on kind of struggle even to gatekeep in certain scenarios. So right here, I think that they had a really great first day performance on game number 1. I'm sorry, yesterday's performance, game number 1. They had a great game. For going to the rest, they seem to struggle. But with this zone shift now there's not really much as gatekeeping as much as you have to get in as soon as you can so you don't get gate kept. So Tribe need to start formulating a plan to get into the zone right now.
Yeah, we saw pretty much only XQ Gaming, the only team right smack in the middle of this new circle. Everybody already on the move. We see teams like Tribe. We see teams like BG, and also even the Knights out there to the distance. Team Carreta, Tempo Storm, all these teams, they need to move. They need to move. Acer already going to be finding themselves in an engagement of their own. It seems as if Wildcard on their rotate will be running right on into Enxame, and Spring getting the heal off. Dudu is going to be knocked down. There goes Garcia, and he's going to have Paris Boy, and I was about to say Fox, and Spring is on fire, burning alive right now. It's down to just Paris Boy. Going to be popping up just for a second, trying to get the Thurston, not able to do so, and in the nick of time, Ace are able to provide that much needed support. And oh my goodness, the heals attempting to go off right now for Wildcard. Ace are prepping these grenades, will be tossing it on the outskirts of the wall of the compounds. Team Carreta will be utilizing that wall for cover. as they come up with some type of game plan. Now, this is going to be right on the edge of the zone. And once again, another player from Wildcard going to be burning. I don't know what's going on, but they love it. They love...
They're on fire.
On fire.
They're on fire right now. Oh my goodness. I mean, Trem Carreta came in for the third party, but they just came like 4 seconds, just a little too late
oh my goodness, more people on fire.
Here they go!
Everybody is just mauling right now. Remember, XQ, they're right in the middle, so their compound is now going to be crashed out. We got fights happening every single where. Wildcard, Team Carreta heading back onto this fight. Have to pay close attention to the kill feed. We see Tempo popping up on Tribe. I mean, we just had 15 teams. Now we're down to only 11.
Fights going on all over the place. You can see right now Wildcard trying to get some nades and mollies onto this Trem Carreta team. But guess what? They're both out of zone right now. And they're going to have to get this fight done quick because there's only a minute left. Only a minute left, and this is zone 5.
Zone 5. About 21 minutes on into this map here. 10 teams going on into the mid to late game. We got Team Carreta on the outskirts, using this wall for cover, trying to wrap around, trying to get information. They got smokes. The full team is going to be alive after that interesting decision for them to make the push. So they're going to be backing up. They're using these smokes. They don't want to take this fight. They recognize, hey, next zone goes on up. Let's try to wrap around them. Let's try to gatekeep Wildcard. Why take the fight? Why push through Why push through Wildcard when you can gatekeep them essentially and let the zone do a lot of damage to them as well?
Makes total sense. You know, I think they came in for a third party. Perfect idea. The only issue is that they came just a couple seconds too late. It was just enough time for Wildcard to get the finishes and get the reset and be able to hold them off. And that's a perfect situation right there for Wildcard. Avoiding that third party, man. Really clutch. Oh, they're full sending it.
All stacked right now in the Dacia. They're going to be pulling up onto what seems to be the Cloud9 buildings. Wildcard trying to get the backstab, also making the push.
Oh, by Queso!
One of the Shack boys over here. And Mateo's tossing out some smokes right now. It looks like C9. Pyra putting in work over here. Trying to get these first, trying to get some points on the team. Enigma maybe popping out that vehicle just a little too soon. Gonna be falling to their death in the kill feed. Alpha 7 also third partying Team Carreta, who we saw trying to make their move on into the zone, and Marco's dead. So many mollies, putting in so much work this game.
Are you kidding me? It's like Vikendi on fire here. You know, the coldest map heating up with all these Molotovs getting thrown left and right and hitting exactly onto multiple teams. Crazy event here for Vikendi.
We need a molly counter up here on the screen.
Right?
We need a molly counter. That's like the 5th or 6th molly we've seen burning somebody alive, and unfortunate. Looks like Easy from XQ was able to get a vehicle explosion on a Sam right there, so that leads me to think that they are on their rotates as well. 8 teams left here. Mateos right on the edge, trying to get that last heal off. Mitz going for the heal right now. Will they make it on in without being spotted? And Mateos will be taking shots in. Almost.
Oh, the turn!
Getting Mitz.
Oh my gosh. Mitz with the insane turn right there on the Matos. And Matos was so unfortunate as he saw his whole team get taken out from Pyra, all thirsted. And by the time he caught him, there was just no way. They were all gone. So yeah, that's crazy. Right? But you got to give it to Mitz right there. That's a tough shot to hit. And he was able to just nail it. Perfect play.
You got to hit those. And they did.
Gotta hit those.
They're going to be able to continue to survive. And talking about hitting those, one more member alive right now for GRUNTo. That's going to be Rand. Tossing out some smokes there right here to the north of this next zone. They need to make their way across the snowy field. Only a little bit. They're going to be attempting to take some shots. They see the duo from CultuBGBG in the Dacia. The Dacia is going to be smoking, and they're going to be opting to blow that one up, use it as cover, and before they can get behind that rock,
oh no,
XQ from their centralized compound going to be tossing out some mollies here on the Cultu.
So close right there. Unfortunately, doesn't hit the mark. And then Fran said, take some of this. right here. I've got a molly of my own, but they're in zone. They're in zone. The only issue is they are stuck behind this right here, and if any of the members from XQ have any more grenades or anything to throw, they're going to be really well to get those kills, but they have Alpha 7 to deal with, as now they're in a neighboring building.
Yeah, Alpha 7 might be able to somewhat help our teams that are kind of pinched down. And, you know, if Alpha 7 decides to clear out XQ and overthrow them from their centralized compounds, from their hard cover, that might be the play. AZ going to be giving away the position, attempting to take some shots onto that duel. Duel switching on over to the AKM, will be pre-firing, and AZ trying to pop on into that doorway.
Gosh.
Abdul will be connecting, and almost at the same exact time, Tribe are making the push on in. And
that nade!
HQ are done, aren't they?
Yeah,
I don't see them anymore.
So they died, but HC threw that nade in right before he went out, and it took out Rolex right in their situation. This is a perfect game for Tribe to be able to make something happen, but only two. Oh, there he is, Stab! Taking out Rolex right there. Able to get the finish.
I mean, that was like the perfect storm for Call2, but Tribe recognizing that Call2 are going to be out here on the outskirts, pushing as a team. We see Sam. It's up to Sam right now.
No.
They need to get the clutch here. Fran with the G36. They know exactly where Sam is. Fran's going to be cooking this grenade, trying to either get the knock onto Sam or the thirst onto Seagut. Seagut is bleeding on out. Here goes a Molly, and Seagut burning alive right now. Sam stuck right here, trying to toss out some grenades.
That is such a tough play. I loved how like Sam and Seagut were going on that full press together as a squad, you know, but the unfortunate part was Sam had to reload, and right when he went for the reload, he just backed off to hold behind that wall, and Seagut was still on the push, and then just kind of got caught out on his own right there. Tough break right there for Tribe.
Tough break, but it does look like Sam is going to be within the new circle, or the next circle that is, and
still alive.
Alpha 7, they got 2. Call2, they got 2. A lot of duos. A lot of duos here, and we still see some mollies. If these mollies, so many mollies being utilized here on this Vikendi. I mean, you love to see it. It looks like they're trying to go through these crates, go through these boxes, and I mean, now's the time. Try to pick up as many heals as possible. Let's be real.
I agree. Heal strat, why not? You know, it wouldn't hurt to at least have one player just heal up throughout this whole fight right here. But like you said, Molly is going all over the place. It's insane. I don't think I've ever seen this many Mollies inside of a Vikendi match.
You got Paulo, you got Fran, Call2, looking to clean this one up. Here goes Paulo, gonna be making the push. Sam is in the shack, prone on the wooden floor here.
Can he do it? If anybody can do it, I mean, it's Sam. For the longest time, I figured Sam was like the best fragger for North America. I mean, he held that title. Been to a global LAN, been to an NA LAN.
Paulo.
Look at that, Paulo.
Huge knock right there. Huge knock. Mid-Tech, the last member alive right now from Alpha 7. Oh, wow. 10. And here comes the blue zone. It all comes down to this. Will Mid-Tech be able to time these first aids right here? Will they be able to out-survive? Sam probably thinking the same thing. Will be pinned down with this corner. Nowhere to go. Here goes Sam, starting to heal on up themselves here. Down to just about 8 first aids left on Mid-Tech. Trying to time it just right. Paulo looking for these enemies, looking to take them out. Doesn't want to come down to heal strap. Paulo needs to heal on up. 19 bandages. Will be jumping, going for the pre-fire shot to end it here. Call2 winning a game. Wow. 2 kills to their name. Alpha 7, 2nd place. Tribe Gaming, 3rd place. Mezexis ESports, 4th place there.
CultuBGBG right there. Fran decided to go heal up in the back. You know, he was just going and getting those heals, and why not send Paulo out there to try and find that last member? And that's exactly what he did. But right before he could get that kill, the play zone happened to take out the last member for Alpha 7 right there. But overall, solid, you know, clean game of Vikendi. That first zone, I think, definitely pressed a lot of the action there in the early mid game, and at the end, heck, just try to make all the plays you can with that kind of zone. But overall, solid game.
Yeah, solid game for a lot of teams there. You know, I'm trying to look tempo. where are they at? Where I didn't catch where they were, but they're gonna have one more game to go here. And just a reminder, that's gonna be it for our Group E. So Ace, Cloud9, Cream, and B4. That's it. So whatever points they have all together after this is tallied up. They will not be playing in the last match. So hopefully they got enough to maybe get some money if you are B4.
Well, can't wait to see what the scoreboard and how it's going to shake up. But first, let's see a little bit of play-by-play action from none other than Degon. Degon, what were your thoughts after that Vikendi match right there?
Yeah, again, Circle doing some things that makes it difficult for action in the mid game. You get a lot of the original Circles kind of making a first shift, but then after that, it really very much slows down. And I think as a viewer, it's frustrating to watch because the right play, as you guys called out, is to sit and wait. But we did have little bits of action. A couple things I wanted to call out, especially in the early game with one of the teams that I've been pretty hard on, but you got to give them props when they do something right.
Hey, I can't wait to see these hot highlight reel moments as you got Degon with the shirt change. Let's go. Can't wait to see this.
Yeah, I had to change his shirt just because there were way too many mollies. It was Vikendi on fire, and so everything was heating up, not only on the game, but like in my apartment, it got really warm. So taking a look here, to kick things off, one of the teams I've been hardest on, very, very hard on, and is like XQG. XQG has not performed to the way that they should, I think, in terms of their aggression. Their aggression works in... to be the worst of the best, right? And so that's why they're here. They made it into PMPL. In this case, I like the way they played out this fight against Crem Real Betis. So we'll roll this one quick here. Where is it? That one. All right. And so to kick things off here, XQG has already gotten into a fight with Cream. And so Cream going to push, and I like this setup that XQG has currently, right? You've got 3 members up, Z-Fan still on the way, so you can see Z-Fan right there in the corner of the screen just kind of hanging out. He's like, hey, I'll be there in a little bit, but you got to buy me some time. And so this setup here, this is a very ballsy play by HZL on AZ to stick the revive. They're going to trust that, hey, this revive's going to get up. And Starlight, we finally get a Starlight sighting because, you know, we haven't seen a ton out of Starlight consistently. He has a couple of moments where, okay, cool, you get a kill and you trade back and forth and it's a flashy one. This setup is very decisive by XQG, and look how long the stick is. Even after Starlight gets in that first fight, HGL doesn't blink. He trusts his teammate to make sure he can make the play, and Starlight able to capitalize onto Nitsu. But then beyond that, they get the revive up eventually. There it is. Revive now done. Revive now done. Then he peels off right at the correct time. And look at this setup. It's all on a line here around the wall. I like the fact that Cream goes 2 and looks and tries to wide peek at the same time. Unfortunately, they're not quite able to land the shots. I think Italox wants this one back because, look, 31 bullets, just a lot of whiffing, and then goes down. And somehow Starlight survives with 1 HP. So props to XQG to, like, stick to a game plan here and execute it, right? A lot of the time it's like, hey, you don't know what they're trying to do, or once things go wrong, then they panic. I think maybe Starlight getting a little too crazy here, trying to get the flushes rather than trusting, hey, look, we already got 3 knocked. Let's wait for my teammates to come. And then G-Fan, the star player of this team, the one that usually comes up big in the moment, gets a little dicey here, but he's able to pick up the kill, and they're the first team to make a big play here. The other thing is, I saw in the chat earlier, the Ace and I think it was Ace and Omen Elite. I want to back up to that one. I think if it's a fair fight, it's a little bit of a different story, but we were following along with Cloud9 and Mezexis for such a long time here. Right here. Cool. We get to the cut. This isn't a fair fight. This is Omen sending it into a complex, not knowing that Ace is here. It's very clear. Look at the way that Ace is positioned. You got one here, one inside, and then Nunez around the corner. Compared to Omen, Telly doesn't even get to fight in this fight. The car explodes and then they go down. Nico's the only one that has the opportunity at a peak, and he gets shot from behind from paralyzed, and Nunez is there. So I saw in the chat like, yeah, Ace always better than Omen, blah, blah, blah. I was like, let's hold it. I do think that Ace is one of the best teams in the Americas. So just like we got to see yesterday, Cloud9 take on Omen Elite, and it was a very cool back and forth fight between Titans. I think this one, although 2 fights between 2 of the best teams in Americas again, this is a little different because Omen just kind of crashed into the wall and then had to pop on out. Maybe a bad scouting decision here by Omen, maybe a poor execution, but to me this looks like they thought this compound was clean, and then Ace comes in and cleans them up, and it was very, very easy, and that's how Ace was able to get themselves all the way to the end. And then finally, let's head on over to crazy burning Vikendi. I thought this fight was going to be more interesting than what it was, with Trem, Carreta, Furacao sitting on the outside of Wildcard, but they, I think, make the right decision and wait off on the push as we follow along here. This was nuts. Look, one springs on fire, and then later on we fast forward, someone else goes on fire once Trem, Carreta, Furacao pushes forward. I think it's Slicky that goes on fire. Maybe it's Enigma. Maxon then's on fire. Everyone's on fire. Where did all these Molotovs come from? They were coming from all over the place. I think last one, who else was on fire? Someone else was on fire out here. Oh, it was, the CultuBGBG boys finishing off, was it Tribe? With another Molly over right here. Poor Sam has to watch Seagut just burn. So Molotovs abound. That's how I'm going to remember this Vikendi map. Lots of Molotovs, a good step up there by XQG. I think it bumped them all the way up to 5th place. And again, CultuBGBG getting blessed by the circle and executing, I guess. You know, when you get the circle, you have to make sure you capitalize on it. They got the circle in the last game on Sanhok and picked up a hefty amount of kills. This time they get the chicken dinner. Not a ton of kills, but that's what you need to do. That is the minimum you need to do. And CultuBGBG showing that they belong. They're able to capitalize on the points that have been coming their way.
Love to see it. Love to see it right there. Overall, I think solid performance from a lot of these squads. You know, definitely. It's like fun. It's so funny. I think that one player just saw, or like it's like one player got a Molotov kill, and then everybody was just like, oh, we could use mollies,
right?
And then just started bringing them out like crazy. So, hey, what a match. But I want to go ahead and I know you guys want to see what the scores are looking like right here, because this is going to be a close one going into game number 5, last game of the evening. And let's go ahead and see exactly what they look like. And you can see right now, CultuBGBG with 2 chicken dinners right there, 64 points.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen this from the squad at all during the scrims. Tonight, they are doing great. You know, they are doing a really good job. I mean, there's 2 chicken dinners. You can see how many points there. They got 40 points alone from those 2 chicken dinners. They have a total of 46 placement points. They got 18 kills, so they've been taking the fights. Enxame Gaming, though, extremely aggressive here tonight. 21 kills altogether. Team Queso right behind them, 15 kills. B4. That's our team that we've been highlighting here tonight. That was their final game. They will not be in the next match. Almost able to get on up within the money. Not quite there yet, though.
Yeah, you know, I think B4, though, I think this is a good, solid day for them overall. You know, being able to get a good, decent performance here in these scrims. Who knows? This could be their turning point. We saw Mezexis, you know, making it happen in the past couple days. Today, not so much. But at the same time, I mean, every day is a brand new day and a new chance to be able to get it done. And I'll tell you one team that actually took that chance seriously. That's CultuBGBG, finishing with 2 chicken dinners so far here today. Great performance to see coming out from them.
Huge performance from them, and hopefully they can maintain that. Hopefully they can end the night off with that $700, with that first place prize pool, and end the week off here on a high note, that is. So I'm looking forward to the last game. Looking on over to the next page over here, it's going to be 11th through 20th place. Loops, I mean, huge grenade wipe on them. Only 2 kills so far on that team tonight. Team Solid right above them. Simplicity, Mezexis, Cream, Ace 1, GRUNTo, Wildcard. I mean, what sticks out to you on this page?
On this page, I see a whole bunch of people that are not going to get the money tonight, unfortunately. At the same time, you look at it back, Loops Esports, a team that was doing really well in Season 1, here in Season 2, having a really unlucky day today, especially with that insane grenade play. I think that's the kind of one that you're just like, all right, boys, today ain't the day. Today ain't it, That's, I think you're going to have that conversation. So I think they're just looking to, possibly just use this one to maybe make some adjustments. And yeah, I mean, now's the perfect opportunity to do that.
And nothing's wrong with that. We got one more game to go here today. Then you got a couple days off and then another 20 games next week. So everyone has their on days. Everybody has their off days. That's just the name of the game. And looking at B4 Esports, their final match of the evening. They're done. They got 4 in the books here. It looks like only 1 kill that last game. Only 1 kill.
Yeah, only 1 kill. Had a good, solid game number 3. Last one, not able to really make it happen. But regardless, I think this squad here as our team of the day had a decent performance. Nothing that you can, nothing you could really be too mad at. Considering how they performed here in the past few days. Yeah, to be able to make it happen. Yeah, it's good.
Had a good run today.
Yeah,
had a good run.
Yep.
Had a good run. Good 4 days. Yeah, like you said, definitely. Coming up here. I mean, finishing off their day, of course, not counting the last game, but they're in 5th place right now. So, I mean, if they would have played that last game, hey, money could have been there for them. So hopefully next week they take what they learned here this week and make some adjustments and get some of that cash money, baby.
Hey, well, I'm looking forward to it. But one thing I know that I am really looking forward to is our last match of the evening, Erangel. Got a whole bunch of squads about to get into this one here, and still, CultuBGBG of holding it down right now at the possibility of getting first place, but we've seen it here time and time again. All it takes is 1 game, 1 chicken dinner to change that scoreboard completely. So get hyped. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys after this short break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Last match of the evening. Erangel, the money match. This is the one where it all matters, and we're just going to jump right into it here. As you can see, these players are loaded up on the plane, ready to go.
The money match here to end the night off, to end the week off, going on into the first half of Season 2 of the PMPL Americas Scrims. Currently, CultuBGBG in that first place position with about 16 points, give or take, lead ahead of second place. They will be the team dropping on out of the plane first here, heading on up there to the north, Lipovka prison area.
Yeah, I'm looking right now, and you can see loops going down to Nova right here. They're going to be pretty well set up. I think what Tribe is trying to do is maybe head up and try to get a car to head to Roz. Interesting, like, little drop zone right here since it's so far south.
We got loops actually dropping on Nova down here. Usually, you know, they go a little more up north, but of course, I mean, yeah, this flight plan so far south, like, it doesn't really leave many options. You know, you want to drop early, maybe get a vehicle and send it to the north, and we will have the first circle go on up. And if you are Team Queso over there in Primorsk, you're gonna be feeling really good for the time being. I do see Simplicity flying on over the quarry area, so there might be some danger there. And the Knights still in their parachutes. Oh wait, we got a punch off. We got a punch off. Looks like Mitts on their retreat right now. Not confident in their boxing skills. And hot on the case, it is Slicky from Wildcard running in, trying to get the jump punch onto Mitts and take him down and out in round number 1. And oh no, the third party who brings a gun to a punch out. My goodness, Enigma. Someone needs to tell Enigma, what are you doing, man? This is a punch out.
They're
this
fighting.
is an old school duel. That is not the play.
Fighting dirty right there. So
unfortunate.
What the heck?
We're in the trike. We're in the trike. We got a bag on ahead. Darius has no idea where they're heading towards, where they're driving towards, almost crashing. Spring out there on the kill feed popping off on Sam. I mean, Mezexis ESports having quite the interesting drops here.
Yeah, it's a hot drop game going on like crazy right here. Wildcard both finding a member from Mezix, and here comes a grenade from Spring. Oh, so close. King A, though,
so close.
He needs to make something happen right now because the rest of this Wildcard squad is just going to flush on him. He's pretty trapped.
Yeah, it's King A versus Wildcard right now. We see Sam over there in the distance, bleeding on out. King A not even able to heal on up. Not even able to heal on up. Slicky over here. Yeah, taking out the S12 with the crossbow finish. Slicky trying to run over Sam and, you know, maybe even help Sam out. Looks like they're gonna give Sam a ride. Maybe drop Sam off to the squad of Tribe. Maybe Sam needs to tell Slicky where they're at. Nope, Acer not gonna let that one slide.
It has to do the crossbow finish on both members of Tribe right there. Pretty gross. At first, I ain't gonna lie, I saw him holding that crossbow running up on King A. I was like, no way. But yeah, that's 12K. Nothing really much that King A can do in that situation. And yeah, tough for Tribe to lose 2 members, especially King A and Sam that early on.
One's in the chat. I think Enigma should have let the punch out right out though. 2's in the chat.
I mean, do it for the content, right? Come on, do it for the content. Let them box
at least
it
let the punch out happen. Like, you can come over there, you know, as backup. So if your teammate does get punched out, just, you know, bam, get the easy point, get the revive. But come on, Enigma, I gotta slide into them DMs, man. That was a 1v1 punch out. You know, that's what the people they live for, man.
Yeah, I mean, maybe do a circle around him, right? And then let him like try to punch his way out of there. That would have been insane. You know, a little mini fight club happening here so far in Erangel. What an interesting way to start off this last match here of week number 1 here in season 2.
Imagine if you're these other teams. You know, you're coming into the game, you're you're concentrating, you're like, okay, we're gonna drop here, we're gonna get the loot, and then we're gonna go there. And then you see the kill feed, you see crossbows, you see punch outs, you're like, what in the world is going on over there? And talk about what's going on. Mafioso with the lead peak. And Omen Elite off guard right there.
Got both.
got both of them going for the thirst right now. Oh my goodness. Angry and Botelli will be bleeding on out. Mafioso trying to get another one over here. Team Solid making the push, making the approach over here.
They're going for the save.
They're going for the save.
They're going for
They're
the save right
using
now.
the vehicle for
risky.
cover.
It's all open field though. That's the problem here. I think that maybe like yeah, that's perfect. So yeah, they're gonna push up on this, possibly throw some grenades, and their car's blowing up, so they can't get out of there. Now they have to run out.
The question is, how much ammo does Mafioso have, right? Because it's extremely early.
We got the bird eye right there. Hold on, sorry, that guy's just like looking at me right now. And he's making another appearance right there.
I think it's motivation. You know, the bird's like, you could do it.
That's right.
You already knocked down 2 of them. You could do it. Keep making them push. One of these grenades are sure to land on top of them. You got this one in the bag. Already one down for Omen. Telly is sent back to the lobby. Looks like Omen Elite, they were able to get one of the revives, and they're going to be pushing on into cover, but Team Solid trying to surround them all, trying to wrap around Mafioso from behind with the motivational bird, giving them that support that they need here. And looks like Omen Elite will be currently occupying that 3-story.
That's right. The bird está watchando. He's keeping an eye out. He's keeping an eye out right here. As you know, you can see Team Solid trying to get this reset this fight. They don't want to lose anybody early on. You know, I think Omen Elite, for considering their situation, are doing a pretty decent job holding off. Who knows how long it's going to be able to last for here, because they are definitely stuck out of here. But hey, if anybody can do it, it's Omen Elite. They can definitely fight their way out of this right here. All it takes is one good solid knock to open up the fight.
And they need to do it. They need to do it. We saw last game they got taken out pretty early on, and they can't afford it. This game, a nice grenade bouncing off that roof, going to be inflicting some solid damage right there. And Reezy on the off angle. Nico seems to have recognized the danger over there. Juicy, I don't think Juicy has any heals. Juicy has not healed up in some time right now, and Juicy's going to be pinned down right between the shelter, that shack, that garage, and the wall. And
look at that
Kevin,
spot!
Yeah, Kevin leaning on over with that grenade, attempting to toss that one, and we'll be getting taken down in the process.
Clutch knock right there from Juicy. Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, no heals though, so he's kind of... Oh, he got from the off angle, Mafioso. Molly headed his way though.
Yeah, Mafioso is putting in so much work right here from the shorelines.
Oh,
doing
he's
so well. With the M4, we'll be seeing Angry up there. He's going to be free firing through that window. You already know, Angry, you know, in the back of their mind, like, how do they make it on out of here alive? Or even if, how do they get the revive? And, oh, Juicy. Mission successful. Juicy is up. So now Juicy and Nico, you got to bet they want to run. They want to run and regroup with Angry. Are they going to be able to do just that? Grenades coming on out. Blue zone. Huge grenade.
That's a big off angle taken away.
Angry. Yep. And jumps on top of the shack there right above them. And they're going to take him out. They're going to take him out. Omen with the turnaround.
No. Yeah, Nico was having to make some, he was just all like, man, where do I shoot? There's got so many of these Team Solid members all around me. But yeah, that one clutch grenade on Angry just opened up the fight, and that's it for Omen Elite. Out last.
I mean, they were surprised, right? They were surprised from the beach, you know. Already, you know, 2 of them knocked down pretty early on. The mission was to get the revives, try to reset, but they just couldn't really have any time to collect and heal on up. I mean, the med situation alone wasn't in their favor. Right, so it was just a challenging fight altogether.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the one thing you have to consider as well is they've been dropping Milta every Erangel game, you know, so far for the most part, and they usually get it completely uncontested. So I think this is one of the first times we've actually seen a fight in Milta, and I think they just got kind of surprised from Team Solid, and losing 2 members super early like that and getting caught out. Yeah, that's super unfortunate right there.
Yeah, and we'll see how that pays off for Team Solid. You know, Team Solid, they got a couple kills. They're already in the vehicle. They're going to be making their way on into this new circle. we'll see how that one plays out for them. Pretty crazy game so far. Pretty crazy start to the game. We see Starlight over here, XQ Gaming versus GRUNTo.
Now, I'll tell you one thing though. I know this Omen Elite team really well, and these guys hold grudges. You know, they hold grudges for sure. But look at this, Ran, the Uzi
Popping on out, yeah. Ran popping on out right there will be surprising one of the members from XQ off guard, and seems as if GRUNTo are able to hold this one down. Now, I do believe we see the mini map. Things are popping off. I do believe XQ were trying to regroup and support their squad mate that was pinned down by GRUNTo, but Team Carreta right between point A and point B, kind of catching them off guard right there, not going to allow the much needed support to be there.
Unfortunately, that's the hard part when you split up like that. You know, you losing members that early on. It's just so tough. It's so tough. You know, you only have 3 squads that have been taken out so far in this match, and now you're HCL just all by yourself holding a shack. Not optimal. Not optimal. But like I was saying earlier, when it comes to Omen Elite, that squad, those players, they hold grudges. You know, they do not like getting taken out earlier in certain situations. So I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna see it like, you know what? They're gonna, next time they get a knock on the Aqua squad, they're gonna come after them. That's for sure.
Well, if your team's solid, you just might have picked the fight with the wrong squad, like you said. We'll find out next week. We will have 20 games to go next week, and we'll see the rematch. Team Solid versus Omen Elite. Until next week, though, we still got this game. We got 13 teams remaining. Alpha 7 trying to make their way on up here through Mount Everest, able to save that dossier. Seems like they're going to be able to do just that. 4 alive so far, 4 wild card, about 3 kills so far to them. We're almost about 12 minutes on into this game. Alpha 7, though, they are not in this new circle, so they're going to have to continue to push it on in, but they're really close. Wild card right in front of them.
Yeah, you know, holding these those little houses there by ruins. Wildcard's really good at holding that location, but it looks like they got Alpha 7, yeah, looking to pass up very similar location. They're gonna hold these 2 shacks just south of Everest. That's actually, this is probably one of my favorite spots to hold in when it comes to not particularly this zone, but regardless, it's just such a good area. You're able to catch a lot of rotations and be able to rotate away just in case the zone does shift on you. So, yeah, I think they're in a really good position here.
Rotate or to rotate.
Well, we're going to find out right now because I don't know where this zone just went. But once we find out, it's going to get crazy.
Talking about getting crazy. Team Solid. Karma paying them back right away. We got Luke making the aggressive pull up onto Team Solid. Team Solid taking shots back and forth. Just hit fire every which way. Looks like Luke are going to be making the pull-up volleys on out here. Oh, 1 more member left up alive for Team Solid. And got 2 up for Luke right here. Becker going to be coming on in, trying to get the thirst, helping take down Reezy. Reezy's dead there. And it is Becker. It is a NTX versus Becker. And Dad and Ho, and they're done. Team Solid living the best life they can live here in the final game of the evening.
You know, took out Omen Elite right there, but you know they tried to crash onto Loops, and that just did not work out. From Loops was really prepared, hitting some really good shots right there. Yeah, well executed by Loops, and if your team's solid, you know, look back at this and figure out, okay, why it worked for one squad, why was it so tough here for the second, and hopefully you're able to make it happen here next week.
Checking out the new circle. Team Queso, Call 2. It's a big circle for Call 2. I only see 2 up for Call 2. So that might play a factor in how far they can survive here in the final game of the evening. Remember, Call 2 first place so far on the overall leaderboard with a pretty solid lead above second place. But then again, you know, you got some heavy hitters in this game looking to overthrow them, looking to take that cash money right on out of their pockets out here. Wildcard 3 kills so far. Still 4 alive for the team. They're going to be making their way onto the zone, riding right between Team Queso, avoiding the shots. But for how long? Marco hearing Acer, cooking some grenades, going to be tossing that right on into Acer's direction. Acer definitely hearing Marco. I mean, this looks like we might have a little snake off going on. Mystic out there on the off angle might actually spot out Acer before Marco does.
Oh, yeah, you can see right now he's just throwing some smokes out, trying to get some cover, but yeah, nothing you can do when you got, like you mentioned, Mystic with that perfect off angle, taking out Acer. And if you're Wildcard, that is not a player you want to lose this early on, because Acer can definitely hit some pretty insane shots. But hey, you got Slicky. Slicky's always last one alive, you know, so that's really interesting to see. And you cannot, you know, deny Enigma, Spring. All these guys can hit some good shots, but you know, without that insane fourth, it's gonna be tough.
Talk about tough here. Alpha 7 having a rough night. They just can't catch a break with these zones, and we're gonna have our first place team coming into the final game, overlooking Alpha 7 with 1 kill so far. They got 3 up altogether. They're gonna be gatekeeping. You better bet yourself down there in the south. Another huge fight though. Tempo Storm. Looking to take out Simplicity.
Russell's already in the car. He's like, yo, I gotta get out of here. And this one right here, Irish, gonna have to make some crazy shots from this rotation. But look at HH24 going with a long rotate.
Russell tossing out some grenades from the passenger seat. Like, guys, you want to get in? I'm ready to go. Who's got the keys over here? HH24 is gonna be cresting on over the hill, taking some shots, and we see Irish right behind the rock. We'll be cooking a grenade. This might be good. Spec trying to get revived. HH forced to pull off of that. Going to be going with the Uzi, taking down Irish. Like, hey, you're trying to take me out. No, that's not how this one works. I'm going to take you out and now get the revive. 10 kills so far for Tempo.
Kills. And you got to give it to Spec right there with the clutch nade avoidance. He saw that nade coming, was able to go ahead and scooch on over to the other side of the tree to safety right there. And yeah, Tempo, ton of kills and a full squad up. Great plays from Tempo.
Yeah, you already got Tensa out there scouting out that next compound on the edge. We'll see. I mean, this could be the game. I don't recall what place Tempo was coming into the last game. I know they really haven't been popping off here tonight, but regardless, you know, 10 kills so far. Huge points. And if they get the chicken dinner, I don't know. That's gonna shake some things up on the overall leaderboard. If you are called to, you see Tempo popping off the kill, but you need to start worrying. You need to be like, hey, you know what? We need to kind of bump this one into high gear to make sure we get our $700 here tonight.
Yeah, I gotta hold it down. You got a good solid lead. Colto's doing, I think, a great job so far because they've already locked in at least 10 plates no matter what. And they're on the edge of zone, and it doesn't look like anybody's nearby them. So from the looks of it, they're just going to be getting more placement points and more placement points, securing that first place $700 prize.
Alpha 7 trying to avoid everybody right now. Just get some placement points. No kills so far for the squad, and it's going to be a duo. Looks like Abdul might have spotted out the wild card move over there. Same thing with Fran. A lot of people, they have the information for wild card. So they know, hey, there's a team over there. Let's just keep our eyes peeled.
I'll tell you one thing right now. CultuBGBG, they're in the best position here at this zone. You know, having this hill, it's going to be huge for them because they're able to see all these squads that are just laying prone in the field, and they're be able to make adjustments accordingly. Then again, though, you never know where this next zone is going to go. It can go any direction right here. If it goes on to CultuBGBG, man, they're going to be set up pretty for this match.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're going to find out here in just a moment. We see the blue zone almost done closing on in for this circle. Coltu, they got their fingers crossed. And I see it. Coltu, yep, they got a shift on top of them.
Goodness.
So they're looking pretty good, like you said. Look at this. Look at this map.
They're set up really pretty right now. Like if you're CultuBG, and when these comes to any kind of zone like this, you always need to focus on the back more than anything. You know, just to be safe, to make sure no other team rotates on you. And then once you secure that with the blue zone closest, then worry about whoever's ahead of you.
Tempo Storm all popping in their vehicles. Looks like they're going to be sending it right on top of GRUNTo. Remember Tempo, they got 10 kills so far. They're going to try to continue on with that momentum. We see Slicky. We see Lux. I mean, we see Alpha 7. They're getting just eaten alive here from multiple teams. Call2 still with 3 alive here on the edge. I'm really curious. I haven't seen the kill feed pop off. Yeah, this is exactly what I was looking for. Tempo. They were able to get this warehouse to themselves. Smokes are out. GRUNTo have been in this position since, I want to say, circle number 1 here. They're kind of spread out. GRUNTo, you know, kind of counting their blessings. All 4 of them are still alive after pretty much sending it across that open field.
Yeah, they got pressed on right here. But, Luke!
With the same game plan.
HH
Pulling up
4.
right behind.
So tough.
Oh, did they run over HH?
No, they ran right next to. They did run over 1 member though from Tempo. Spec got knocked earlier by GRUNTo, was able to get picked up, and Rain, yeah, got taken out right there from Loot. So they're completely pinched, but they're in zone. So to be honest with you, I think if you're Tempo, you're happy to split this one out. All the teams are going here, though.
Exam's coming, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Exam's coming. So, GRUNTo, they're trying to keep Tempo pinned down. They're trying to keep Tempo from moving on out, but Exam also sending it on through those fields. Going to be crashing onto that corner here, where we see Ran from GRUNTo currently prone behind the wall. Bucky trying to get these grenades cooked to perfection. Going to be tossing that one through the window, but Exam on the outskirts of the building. They will not be inside for the time being. They know exactly what they're doing. They got the zone to their back here. So we got Exam, we got GRUNTo, we got Tempo and Loops all on top of one another right now.
Squads all over the place right now and trying to open up the fight with a good solid nade. Oh, and Doodoo does spot one. Throws it up top. Will it bounce down the stairs? Oh, it just misses it. So close right there. Oh, here comes Ran. Oh, he's getting into this. Oh.
Ooh, the jump shot not successful. Box with the AKM. Ran gonna be popping up with that Uzi, and then just like that, though, Ran connected on by Doodoo with the AKM, and it is all falling apart right now. Garcia in the smokes, running back and forth. You already know Garcia wants to get this revive, but the thing is, Lucas hot on the case. Lucas trying to 1v2 this one right now. Bucky's still within the second story, tossing some grenades, trying to play that oversight for Lucas. Ran crawling up the stairs, should be able to get revived here. You already know Fox is like, safe res. I'm safe.
I'm safe. Come get me. And you know, with that kind of fight right there, you got Tempo. No, they can't third party. They got Loops right on their back. So it's just a crazy 1v1 fight. You got Trem Carreta up there, up top on the hill. And it looks like they're, the hardship. The hardship on the zone. All of them are going to have to go through Tempo. That is so unfortunate right there for the majority of these squads. Are you kidding me?
And we already see Wildcard. They're on the outskirts to the west. We're like, nope, we're not dealing with this. We're not going to deal with this. We're going to get a nice little position. Team Carreta out here tossing some grenades. Like you said, they got to push down from the hill, run through this mayhem, or at least try to survive on through here. Smoke's going to be ringing on out. Call2 still alive out there in the distance as well. This eastern side of the zone is where a majority of the lobby currently finds themselves. GRUNTo are going to start to make the push. Loops right between these crates, using these smokes as cover. Just going to be popping out just a little bit to take some shots while they can. Everybody is right on top of one another.
Action like crazy going on right here. Mathos with the DP. Just laying down some suppressive fire. I'm going to tell you one thing, though, right now. If you are CultuBGBG, get your shopping carts ready, because this is the dream scenario. You have the zone, and you got a whole bunch of squads fighting it out like crazy. Oh, my goodness.
Ran bleeding on out. Here comes the blue zone to apply that pressure. Grenade after grenade. Seagull will be connecting onto one of them. Federal with their eye on the bigger picture here. Like, okay, even if we survive through these crates, through this mayhem with all these teams, where are we going to go next? And they're going to be taking some shots on the Cult2 out there in the distance. We see Team Carreta tossing some smoke, tossing some grenades. Tempo Storm still within the warehouse. They have the cover. No one's going to be pushing on into this warehouse. They can push out last. They need to make sure that GRUNTo are taken out first. Seagut out there in the distance. Looks like they're going to be pushing up, or at least attempting to. But Spec going to be spawning them out, taking them down and out.
Tribe out in sixth place. Funny, because I think that if you're Loops right now, the only thing you should be concerned about is surviving, because you got so many squads surrounding you right now. You can see the smokes coming up, just trying to delay it as long as they can. Next zone does come up as well, and yeah, all these teams are completely out of it right here. Tough break for all these squads.
Yeah, if you're Call2, like, you're probably already popping the champagne. You're already celebrating. You hear the shots. You see the smokes. You see the grenades. You hear them. I mean, you're popping champagne. You got this one in the
100%.
bag. Let's see what Tempo can do, though. Tempo needs to push on out. They can hear Loops on the outside of the building. You got to bet. Loops going to be tossing out some smokes. Here comes Tempo. Tempo's going to be spotting out one of the members from Loops, and Federal popping up with the MK, trying to take some shots onto him, and only one more member of Loops going to be alive. That one player that was within the crate hiding. Tempo running across the field. Spec with the quick flick. The drop shots, and there goes Loops. Loops done and dusted. HH24 crawling on into smokes, trying to get some information. One more member alive for Tempo, and that's it. Tempo Storm. The Umbrellas coming out from Team Carreta, the lone survivors from the eastern edge here. Now it's time for Call2 to bring this one home.
Can they do it? Can they do it? They got a whole... There's even fight right now. Pretty much even. There's both open field. Call2, I would have liked to see them play a little bit more aggressive considering their zone and like all the crazy fights going on. But at the same time, well, you can't blame them. They already have so many points on the board right now. Like, all they have to do is do what they're doing right now. So, like, just survive as long as you can. And it's money in the bank. So, regardless, I think right now, second place, even if they get that, I think they're pretty well set. Tempo died with 15 kills. Man, did they have to work for them, too. That was an insane fight right there. And to have that performance like that just shows their dominating ability. But here we go. Trem, Carreta, CultuBGBG. We're about to find out who are going to be the winners here of the last day of the first week of Season 2.
3v3. I wouldn't be surprised if Tempo at least gets second place this match, because I believe the teams that are remaining don't really have that many kills. Of course, first place, 20 points right off the bat here. So here it goes. 3v3. The Snakes in the wheat field. Gonna be crawling. Some backpacks already off to limit how much the enemies can see pretty much over here. Team Carreta, they have 2 dossiers. They can use them. We might see them pop in them. Who knows? We might see them pop in them and just go for some runovers. But for now, using them as cover.
Man, I'll tell you one thing right now. It is CultuBGBG's day. The last game, they got a good old-fashioned zone blessing. And in this game, they got... just like that.
First knock.
Lux with the first knock.
First knock right there. And Lux going to be crawling up just a little further. Fran, getting some grenades ready. Getting them cooked. Going to be tossing them in that direction. But I don't believe these grenades will get close enough here. Looks like the revive was successful on the side of Team Carreta.
Yeah, laying down. Oh, no.
Okay, here it goes. The trades coming on out right now. Lux just a little too far. No cover. I don't believe the revive will be successful, but you know what? Lux is attempting to crawl onto their squad mates. And one of the members from Team Carreta popping in Dacia, going for the run over plays. They're going to be running over Fran right there. And they did it. The Snakes from Team Carreta continuing to make the push. One more member alive right now. Paulo with the Uzi. Paulo is going to be spotted. Already receiving some shots out there. It's a 2v1. The duo from Team Carreta getting a little bit closer on top of Paulo. And Paulo's going to be spotted and shots receiving the damage. And taken out. Call2. I would have given it to them. I would have said, hey, Call2's got this one in the bag. But as mentioned, Team Carreta popping in the dossier, pulling up from behind, kind of catching them off guard.
I mean, what an insane play to pull off in the last match. And he actually did hit him, but he didn't run over him enough. And Fran was barely able to survive there. Takes out that one member from Trem Carreta. But as well, they were just able to just spot out the last couple members of CultuBGBG and end up with a solid win. 12 kills right there from Trem Carreta. They've already won a first place before here today. So first place in general. So them to get a chicken dinner here, it's good to see them bounce back after so many days.
Bounce Back, baby. What a interesting ending. I mean, this game, it felt pretty long, but it was like packed. You know, it was packed. We had the punch out. We had the GRUNTo tempo, you know, standoff, and pretty much everyone and their
Tempo,
mother.
Exam.
Yeah.
Like, how many squads were there? What a crazy, crazy fight. I can't wait to see, you know, D-God's breakdown of all this insaneness here in this last Erangel. And let's just get right to it. D-God, talk to us.
Yeah, man. Crazy stuff to start. Definitely major shame on Wildcard. Slicky lolling mitts to a mitts
Lolling
to use
mitts
his mitts,
to
and then instead getting shot in the back
mitts.
by his teammate. That's messed up. Like that's just some messed up stuff. But we'll go over a couple of things that popped out and try to break down that last set of plays around the farmland in the end as well.
Well, let's just get right to it.
All right. So taking a peek here, starting off with the old chase down. I was like, yes, Slicky seems like the guy, honorable man that would chase someone down across the map to punch him out, and just absolute shame. That's shame. Enigma, that's messed up, dog. That's why when you were in that final circle, you got shot by CultuBGBG. Like, that's messed up. Don't interfere in, you know, honorable hand-to-hand combat, or as Dave likes to say, close combat quarters. And then the paper bag driving, that was crazy too. Not exactly sure what happened on that one, but that was crazy. And then one more. What was this? The BM run over by Slicky. Wildcard, they have not had the performances, the dominant performances that they have been having over the last, I think, month in the beginning of this new season. However, I'm glad to see they haven't lost their edge as Slicky then finally gets his hand-to-hand combat in there. All right, the team fight breakdown that I wanted to get to was everyone's favorite team. They were on the losing end of the craziness in a replay earlier. If I can find it. Omen Elite's alive. That means it's after this because Omen gets bodied by TS. It is just this crazy send. Come on. We followed the... There it is. Okay. The crazy send right here. All right. So to follow up here, Mafioso, he's dead. He's knocked. Loops realizes this. Becker's in, who's had some crazy plays in his own right, is going to go in. But then Kowski says, no, guys, I got this. It's just Team Solid. And look at this. He drives in 1v3. This is 1v3, possibly 1v4. Goes right on in. Doesn't care. This scares Team Solid. Look at this nade right off of the tree. I don't know what he was trying to throw for. I think it's Kevin. He missed. And then Kowski says, fight me. You won't. And goes, just pops multiple people here. There's one on Kevin. He sees Rezi hop into the window. He says, here, get some. There's number 2. And then tries to get the third one. Goes for the drop shot here. But by this point, the damage was done. One member of the most aggressive team, Loops, has taken out 3 members of Team Solid. And from there, there's nothing that Team Solid can do. And this is why I've come to love Loops over the last couple of seasons here of scrims. They just trust in their gameplay. They trust in their gunfighting. And they trust in the fact that if they send it, they're just going to be better than the other team and use that element of surprise over and over again. And then we see that again here. Once we finally get ourselves into the farmland, Loops is like, hey, there isn't a lot of great spots for us to run on into. GRUNTo, they're not that good. They're fighting Tempo. Maybe we can catch Tempo a little bit off guard. Maybe we can find GRUNTo and not Tempo. And instead, Loops sends it right on in onto the Tempo side. And just the car's rolling right on through. You can see it from Rand's point of view. He's like, what is going on? Little does he know the same thing's about to happen to him. Bam, Becker's in, just taking care of business. And that puts Tempo in that tough position. And then same thing happens just a couple moments later by our second place team and team that has improved the most here into Season 2, Exam. I love this from Exam saying, hey, look, we don't have a place to send it. We need to go now as well. They push on in, put a ton of pressure onto GRUNTo, and you know, Bucky's made a lot of plays. He's stepped up, needs someone else to step up. I think Rand did a good job with this team fight, hanging on the edge, does get knocked. Lucas, I think, a little too passive. And Santa, he's prone. He's not giving any information to his teammates. He's not getting any information. He's just worried about getting knocked. I wish that Santa would play a little bit more aggressive here for the rest of his teammates so that they would have a better chance at information, at a gunfight, get an angle. We've seen a lot of teams, Omen actually do this earlier on Erangel in their original win, where the person in the back, I believe it was Angry, who had that fancy nade that came on in, was giving the information and nading himself on in. So I think these are small changes I'd like to see from GRUNTo, but also the fact that teams are learning, right? Loops, the original aggressive team, they're still doing it. They're still popping off. But Exam, not afraid of sending it on in, and regardless of the consequences. And it paid off. They got themselves a gunfight that I think they would be happy with. Did they land all their shots? No, but that's why we play the game. You try to put yourself in a position to find success. So those were a couple of smaller details that I thought were really good from some of these fights. And then here, the craziness that was Trem, Carreta, Furacao on the outside, Lucas, Tempo, Loops, Seagut tried to sneak his way on in. I think every team played it about as well as they could have. I really don't think that I would have changed anything. If I put myself in a position on all those teams, the circle, the edge, it's all just farmland, but there's already teams there inside the farm. It made it very difficult for teams to do anything. And I think Trem, Carreta, Furacao did a great job holding on the edge, waiting for the longest time. Loops really has nowhere to go. They know that they're pretty safe by the crates. Maybe Seagut plays it a little bit safer, but again, Seagut got kills onto GRUNTo, and he's like, hey, let's just get kills. Let's try to score the points there. And in the top corner here, you see we've got our snake in the grass. It was Enigma who snuck his way on in. I believe he went out in 5th place after Seagut gets knocked. So a lot of craziness in this farmland, but I think everyone played it to the way that they could have. Minus CultuBGBG. And right here at the very end, I love, again, Trem, Carreta, Furacao to me is like budget Loops. They'll do the crazy plays. They'll get in there and do the craziness. And when we get that panning right here of the vehicle, everyone's thinking it. Everyone's like, Swagween, please get in that vehicle, baby. Run him over. Give him the business. Put him in the cop car. When he gets in the car, though, it changes skin. But then I lost my mind when he runs over Fran, but stops. Look at him. He stops, and Fran doesn't take full run over damage. That's why Green gets run over. Oh, he gets shot out of it. Okay, so I missed that. He gets shot out of it, so Fran doesn't get completely ran over. And a great nade there by Matos to extrapolate where the information was. And then the cleanup here by Trem, Carreta, Furacao is how things closed out. So I think up until the long-term stalemate between GRUNTo and Tempo, there could have been things that people could have fixed. After that, I thought, this is just one of those where the circle's not helping anybody, and everyone really played it to the way they could have and got the points that they possibly could have. So a crazy way to end week number 2 here of our scrims, but it was nuts, and I'm excited to see what next week brings.
Looking forward to it as well. You know, it's so interesting. Always interesting. It seems the last match here of every single day is just always a banger. You know, that's what I love to see here. And D-God, love your casting as well. I see you rocking that M24 tribal skin tank. You know, you got to go check that in game. It's the same thing. It's so sick. So like, oh man, what a great day overall. Love the format of these scrims. Always brings the pressure. I think that's why we see such great games here at the end.
Yeah, I would say that the biggest surprise out of this format specifically today was Omen Elite. Omen Elite, you know, losing out to Team Solid, a team that solidly finds themselves at the bottom of the leaderboards time and time again. And I went back and rewatched that fight, and it was just kind of like a chaotic run in your face, smokes in front of each other, and Team Solid ends up not losing anybody, and Omen Elite ends up getting wiped out over at Milta. We got to see a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
tough night.
That was definitely a big difference. What I think is, like, you know, Omen's been going to Milta so often, and I think this is the first time another squad decided to finally challenge them there. And I think that just they were so comfortable getting caught out, losing 2 members is just so tough. But that's an interesting point there, because if you see something like that happen to a squad like Omen Elite, I wonder if maybe that might put something in the minds of the rest of these teams to say, hey, maybe we can possibly try challenging some of these bigger squads at their drop locations and mix it up. Hey, never know what's going to happen here in the PMPL Americas Scrims.
I think that's a great point. And, you know, to emphasize it, you know, a team like Omen should be ready for that. You know, they should be ready for that. You know, if you're going to consistently try to be up there at the top, score all those points, especially when you've already given yourself a fantastic opportunity at winning the day by getting the first chicken dinner of the day, you got to be ready for those kind of plays against teams that you should be beating.
Hey, never get too comfortable, especially when money's on the line. But speaking of money, let's find out who is going to get it today. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, right now, first place winners, CultuBGBG.
Nice. You love to see it. The first time here within the scrims, you're able to take that first place home, get that $700, and they beat out Team Carreta by 17 points. Team Carreta, second place, will be able to take home some money themselves, $200. Then, of course, I'm surprised. I didn't expect Tempo to be able to make such a climb that they did here. But third place, still getting some money, $100 here.
Just to go to show you, 15 kills. 15 kills is what they had. And those extra 5, that's what gets you that third place right there. Insane from Trem. I mean, Tempo, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, again, that ending circle there, Tempo with 10 kills before we got into that farmland area. I think that 10 kills with 30 up. Like, I almost was ready to see Tempo drop like a 40 bomb here and sneak their way on in to that top echelon there of second and possibly first place. But CultuBGBG, you know, sometimes you load into PUBG Mobile and the circle gods bless you and you get every single circle, and then it's upon you to capitalize on it. And that's the day for CultuBGBG. So big props to them, be able to be in the spot to capitalize on their gifts, and they take home a big gift in $700.
I'll tell you one thing right now. Come PMPL time, I know that that's the exact kind of gifts all these squads are looking to get when that big money is on the line. But great performance right there from CultuBGBG. Can't take it away from him. It's funny, Tempo getting 3 first place dinners and then ending up in third right here. Maybe that's their lucky number. You never know.
Still money, though. Still money.
Hey.
You know, they won money every single night of this week. And I don't think any other team here in these scrims could say that.
Right. Right, you are. And I think they're just looking for an even number. You know, $2,100. Now you got it to 22 there. So great finish so far. Check out the rest of the leaderboards. As you can see here, we have none other than GRUNTo Esports with 32 points, XQ Gaming with 32, Cloud9 in 13th with 28, and PK as well. You know, Cloud9 having a little bit of trouble here in Season 2 so far.
Yep. And then underneath them, the Knights, like you said, Ace1, Loops, Cream, Mezexis, Team Sal, Simplicity. I mean, if you find yourself here, you know, you're going to have a little break. You're going to have a little break, I think, 3 days until the last week of season number 2, and then we have another 20 games to go. So hopefully on that break, you and your team, you get together, you watch some of the VODs, you discuss some plays, and try to come up with some type of, you know, way to avoid playing like you did here today, because you don't want to find yourself here on this part of the leaderboard.
That's right. Only a few days left and a few opportunities to get the money. Really quickly, before we end, let's figure out how our team of the day, B4 Esports, finished out overall. And as you can see, this is how many kills they were able to get in total. Mix 0 with 7. They have unable to get a kill tonight. Still put out some good, solid damage for his team. Pedro, dog, 1,208 damage. You can see that this man can definitely hit some shots for this squad. So really good performance all in. And then Maxon, 5 kills. Wow.
Hey, good night for them. Good night for them, considering their first game here tonight, they didn't get any kills, so they were definitely able to kind of make that comeback. We saw them have one really good team play when it was a duo versus XQ, who had 4 up, and then for them to be able to like kind of provide that support to each other. We had Mick on that off angle, kind of sniping, holding it down. I mean, if we can continue to see B4 make plays like that,
yep,
you know what? That's the B4 that is going to find themselves in some money next week.
Couldn't agree more. But that's going to be it for day number 4. We're going to go on a quick, few day break, but we're going to be coming back next week. So mark your calendars. Be sure you're ready to go. Remember the times from season 1 have moved up just a little bit. So, heck, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Make sure you get those notifications because best PUBG Mobile you can possibly see here in the Americas. Once again, I'm Hot Chooks here with Mustache Dave and D-Gon as well. We'll catch you guys next week. See you later.